Welcome, anyone who's here to listen and watch. Oh my goodness. So last time on Echoes of Mesona, during our little wrap-ups, we had Karhale and Jaskier had an herbalism competition. We had Shy's little tapestry exploration little section where they had to fight the little kraken for a little bit. And then we had Konari's little escapade into the Baoshan Mountains for the council to retrieve a very dangerous sword called the Janlu. Now, as Konari has taken the sword with her, won the contest of multiple different Oni competing for it, she has this dangerous sword that has forced her to make a wisdom saving throw, which she just barely passed. Dang. I was like 22, you were all 21. I was like, oh no, she just missed it. And then you being like, wait, does 22 matter? I'm like, it does. And so instead of being forced to drop the sword where you would leave it behind, you're able to take it with you. Now the question is, as you travel back for the next few days with Jenyen at your side, as you guys are more on foot than flying, since he's not able to fly on your sword for long periods of time necessarily, how are you what are you planning to do? There was a choice involved about whether you're planning to actually give it back to the council or whether you're going to try to like do a switcheroo.
I did think about that. Well, can I spend some time with this sword and get an idea of what its capabilities are on the way back since we're traveling?
Yes. I don't have a card for you so much as basically in general with this sword. Oh, hold on. Honestly, I didn't think to have this prepared ahead of time.
That's okay.
Okay. We have... Okay, so you know it as... Okay, so the blade itself, to describe it to you. It's a very sleek black katana, very long, very thin, very light. It's got this red sheen to it when you expose it to light. Jenyen might describe it to you when you're examining it come morning. It'll give you a +3. It's a +3 blade with this magic weapon. It's got something called a honed edge. After you spend a little time with it, it has something called a honed edge. If you make an attack with this weapon against a non-magical object, it deals triple damage. So it can slice through. It's not going to like destroy things so much as like you can cut through like a door, slice, because it's like the blade is so sharp.
Yeah,
it can do so. As a bonus action, it allows you to blink, or it gives you the Phantom Strike as a bonus action. You're able to blink to different places in a battlefield as a bonus action within 60 feet of you. Until the start of your next turn, you have advantage on your attack rolls with this weapon against the creature you blinked behind. This effect can be used 2 times, and the katana regains all uses of this effect at dawn. Quick Slash. When you hit a creature with this weapon, you may immediately make another attack at the creature as a bonus action. And then as Illusionary Double, at the start of your turn, an illusion of you appears in your space that lasts until the end of your next turn. As a bonus action, you may blink to this illusion. So you can kind of like blink black.
Blink black. Interesting.
Shard Blade.
I don't know what that is. So... sure,
that's a you problem.
Well, so the Illusionary Double, basically when you move with it, you'll have this like trailing after image of yourself.
Okay.
And you can blink to that after image every time you move. So you can go run up to someone, sha, and there's this after image of you trailing behind, and then you can be like poof back to that spot.
That is cool. I'm trying to think because Konari obviously can use her bonus action to attack things already.
She can.
But like she can't make a sword attacks. Like that's pretty cool because like the bonus action. What would Konari do?
I think Konari would keep this and give it to her good friend Karhale. Well, I'm kidding. It's not a heavy weapon. I don't want it.
That's true. It's not a weapon.
I'm kidding. No. Don't let it touch me.
I think Konari would be tempted to
Not
keep
my vibe.
it. She doesn't want to jeopardize Jenyon's chances, though, of anything.
It's an interesting
cool sword. Friend. Cool sword. Friend.
And
cool sword.
So she will ask him. She'll be like, so, what do you think about me giving them this other dark sword and keeping this one? It's powerful. Could be useful. Honestly, I don't like the idea of this council having all the powerful Oni relics that exist. Like, it does kind of strike me as like you're putting all the powerful things into one thing, and if they turn slightly corrupt or one person goes crazy, like they have all that at their disposal. Like, call me anti-government or whatever you will, but I just don't think that's very sound practice anyway.
Konari, this weapon, the weapon you already have, they seem to come from a darker source. It is your choice whether you keep it, Konari. I worry that it might change you.
I'm stubborn as heck. I mean, let's be real here. Have you ever seen me change for anybody?
No, I do not believe I've seen that.
I mean, but okay, if you don't want me to keep it, I won't keep it. So, that's fine. You can, you can express that wish.
Konari, the experiences we've had would have corrupted most. If it did not corrupt you, then I trust your decision in this. You have a strong will, and perhaps it's stronger than whatever this thing is.
That's a lot of pressure to put on someone who regularly throws himself off buildings onto other people. But what am I gonna do? Okay.
Yeah, make the decision for me.
No,
it's actually your
Rocks
choice.
fall, the sword falls. You lose.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
All right.
On that note, you have a few days. Konari has days to kind of consider as they're making their way back. On those days, give me some rolls. Okay.
Oh.
Give me a perception check.
A perception check?
Yep. Jenyon will roll as well.
Wow. I'm not doing great. Oh, the other dice out too. Where'd my...
You rolled so well during your little activity.
I did.
Yeah.
I did not roll. I'm not starting off too strong here, so we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Is he Nathan only roll well when it doesn't matter?
What?
Is he and Nathan only roll well when it doesn't matter?
Excuse you.
That is completely true. That is really funny.
It's true.
No. I will say, Konari, you roll almost. It's just in general, Isabel. You roll amazingly, almost always for perception. No matter what character you play.
Well, that's true.
I feel like every time I ever ask Isabel for a perception check, it's always way high, no matter what character she's playing on.
It's true. And Akira has awful perception, but she notices like the
Yeah.
most out of anything. I don't know
Yeah.
why. She's got awful perception. I just roll. It's true. It's true. It's because
It's
Isabel
the rollover
cannot.
of Konari.
It's yeah.
The world writing itself because Konari always has to roll well. Go ahead.
16. I did not roll very well for that one. 16.
Okay. He rolled better, but not that much better necessarily. However, okay. So as you're traveling back and everything, you do notice shadows in the trees. There's like different shifts and movement, and it feels as though you're being watched. It's a very dangerous feeling. Jenyen asks you guys to move camp at one point, and you guys end up going further than you guys had initially intended to. Different times, it seems you guys are being tailed by something or someone. And yes, and it's hard to directly no. And though you guys try to shake said tail, you guys never catch a direct glimpse on the individual who is tailing you guys. This continues for about 2 days, and go ahead and give me a new roll, new perception check.
Okay. Wow. Okay. 24.
24. Nice.
That was a better one.
This time Jenyen rolled a lot worse. So a couple times where he seems to think that you guys have shaken the tail, and it seems to lessen a little bit. The shadows seem to recede a little bit. The sounds of rustling and almost echoed footsteps of your guys' own do meet your ears, though, Konari, and you recognize that whoever it is, you haven't lost. They're still trailing you guys. Go ahead and give me Konari, would you turn to face them, do you think, you and Jenyen, or would you try to shake them off of your guys' trail?
Konari could outrun them, but she's not sure Jenyen could. Plus, Konari doesn't run from fights. She'd turn around.
Okay. So in the very good perception check there, you end up turning to face them head on. It ends up being okay. Well, in that case, as you turn around to face them and you guys are amid a little forest, how do you want to set up? Do you want to set up some sort of like ambush of them? Like you guys are going through narrow pass and they have to go through this pass to follow after you, and you're setting up where you could ambush them from there? Or are you just going head on, turn around, let's go?
She's matured a little bit, so we'll say that she tries to set up an ambush, Okay, she
you
has
could also, third option, you could also circle behind them and still circle behind them as they are progressing forward, and you could try to ambush them that way.
She would circle behind them instead. That's what she would do. Yeah, she wouldn't hide. She just kind of circle around. Prey comes the predator.
As you circle around to ambush them, let's switch to a camera.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Actually, a camera I don't have. I don't know why. Where did it go? Oh,
just
no. Actually, I don't think I have my camera anymore. I think I left it at the
Theater of the Mind.
Theater of the Mind, then, baby.
Where'd
Okay.
you leave it?
I think I left it at the In-N-Out Boys' house. Because it's there's no other place that it would be. Because I never put it elsewhere.
She likes recording a lot of videos in her house.
You're the worst.
What do you
Nathan, you sound so masculine.
Yeah, I know.
Because of his coffee?
Kind of a gravelly voice.
It's more gravelly.
Okay, so Miss Konari, there's different kinds of setups you could do. Did you want to do the ambush and you wanted to circle behind, correct?
Yeah, I did. Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
Okay, so then within the foliage we have. Okay, we have some trees.
Can everyone hear the music, or am I
I
going
was gonna say,
insane?
I just heard that music. Where's that coming from?
I can
Oh,
hear a
it's just
little bit.
the background music that I've downloaded to StreamYard.
Oh.
That is a cool
Oh.
thing. You can download different
Thanks.
soundtracks and such. Short ones, but you can. Let's go. We'll see some boulders on this. We have. Okay, and as you guys are circling around, we have maybe some color coding for us. You do notice multiple different Oni trailing.
Of course. I figured.
What'd you expect?
Now the thing is, roll me a perception check, Konari. And this is a new one. This is a new one. You know where they're at. This is more for further like intelligence about the whole thing.
That's a 27. So
A 27?
she can smell each and every one of their hairy pits, so she knows exactly where they're located.
They are definitely rank 27. But on top of that, Konari, you can tell that a lot of them have almost like the smell of rot, blood, viscera that are hanging off of most of them.
Nice.
Always very nice.
They got foot cheese going on.
Ew. Why are you this way?
Who knows, honestly.
Okay, so when you circle back around, you're gonna find there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're gonna find 8 that are like trailing you guys at different like ranges here and like keeping to the shadows, trying to like follow after you guys.
Okay.
So you have different trees as the circles, and you have like different boulders. Where would you like to ambush them from specifically?
Oh boy.
You can also just like choose a corner and start taking them out from the side.
Yeah.
Well, and the distance between them, the foliage does create a lot of a barrier. It's pretty like, I would say it's all lightly obscured. So like a general obscuration of just bushes, foliage, all that, blocking them. So you could, in theory, stealth your way in, start taking them out from the corners. Very like spy movie vibes.
Nah. We'll go in the bottom. Oh boy. My bottom right. So your bottom left corner?
Sure.
Yeah, your bottom right now that you're looking at.
Yeah. The guy who's the farthest out there, right? Singling out the one who's separated from the pack the most. I like it. Some lion tactics here. Always great. Okay. So then as you step in, roll me your initiative, and I'll put you in the list. But they're gonna be surprised because assuming you're stealthy enough. But we'll roll that in a second.
Okay. Well,
the Aka Oni.
That's a 12 initiative, so not that great.
Oh no. But it's okay. I mean, they're surprised. You said 12, and then go ahead and roll me for Jenyen as well.
Roll better than me, baby. Ooh, 16. So whatever that is, plus
16, nice. He doesn't have too much. He just has a +2. Jenyen, okay. Awesome. And then, okay. And then for them, let me roll for these guys. Oh, I rolled a d12. Like a noob. Oh, they all rolled pretty badly, actually. Like a noob. Yeah, they all rolled pretty badly. So they're all after you, Konari. So, anyway, even with surprise, they're all after you. Okay. So, the distance here, we'll go... Each of the dots are about 5 feet, give or take. theater of the mind. You know, you see, you are aware of many of them in this forest, and you're going to make your attack first on the one farthest away from the pack. How are you going to take that first? Go ahead. You give me a stealth check, and I'll roll stealth for Jenian as well. See if how hidden you guys are.
14.
You got a dirty 20.
Ooh.
You're not hidden, Miss Konari.
I'm not rolling very well right now.
Jenian melds a little bit with the shadows here as he steps in. And yes, okay, so as he steps in, he'll be moving first here. He's gonna go for that guy on the corner that you had pointed out to him. And he'll try to take his first shot, going real stealthy like, real quietly. Seemingly he rushes forward to make his attack, and as he does so, misses in his first attack. He throws it, and you see that the Aka Oni that is like hiding behind the bushes, looking up in the front, seems to be a little confused as to where their prey has disappeared to. But as he comes up behind, the creature seems to stumble to the side a little bit, and just incidentally misses the blade that Jenian had sent toward him, the tuned blade that would have wrapped around him if it had hit true. But it misses. He makes his second attack, and this one does hit. So this one shoots forward, and it wraps. So he yanks it out, chucks it again, wraps around this guy, and he'll make his other two attacks on this guy as well. One doesn't hit as the creature seems to sink into itself and pull away, but another one's a natural 20. So that's going to be two attacks that hit, one with double the dice here. And Konari, what are you going to do? He seems to be like ripping into this guy. We'll see if that finishes him off, but I'm thinking it probably will.
Well, then Konari thinks he's in capable hands. She's going to run up to the next guy.
Amazing. Let's see. 1d8. 2d8. Wow, I rolled so low. Okay, running up to the next one. Go ahead and make your attack. Are you going to use Zhenlu? You have 3 swords now on your side, tucked into your rope belt.
Yeah.
Which one do you whip out?
I'm gonna save using the new one till towards the end of the battle because it's an unpredictable factor. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pull out my katanas. And I'm going to take some swings at this guy. So,
okay, taking some swings at this guy.
Yeah,
you see, as you rush up to it, the smell of rot and viscera is very clear in your senses.
Nice.
Go ahead. You said natural 20. Amazing.
So 1d8 or 2d8s. 4, 6. That is 13 damage.
13 damage. Nice.
And I'll swing again. Fortunately, my natural 20s don't do as much damage as I would like.
Because everything's kind of split up. So at least it like takes away from like one bad roll. So because you have multiple bad rolls, but if you have one good roll, it also takes away from the good roll.
Yeah. Natural 1. So for a total of 10.
Oh, that is genuinely dramatic. Okay, so as you make the first swipe, slices through very cleanly through the chest. What was the damage on that one though? 13, you said, right?
13, yeah.
And then this next attack, as you make it again, you make it actually against part of its arm and everything, but then a part of its arm seems to like. Oh, no. You take the slice actually at its jaw and you're about to like slice it cleanly in front of like the front half of its face as it leans back a little bit. But the jaw seems to like unhinge. And as you take like half of it, it doesn't seem to be bothered by this whatsoever. The jaw hanging off and you can smell the viscera that's like leaking all across the flooring here. It occurs to you that this creature might not be fully alive.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and hit it again.
Always fun. Always fun. The first amount of damage, by the way, was that normal slashing damage or was that necrotic?
That was normal slashing damage.
Good to know.
I think. I mean, another natural 20. What is going on with this dice?
That is so funny. That's
Okay.
crazy.
Because the dark blade that I have doesn't automatically deal necrotic. I have to pump necrotic damage into it, I think, right?
The one that you normally have does normally sorry. What are you asking me? What was your question? Say
So
it again.
with the dark blade that I have, is this
Uh-huh.
normal damage slashing or necrotic? Do you remember?
Oh, it's normal damage is slashing.
Okay,
Yeah.
then yeah,
And then
just-
it has that oomph of
Yeah.
necrotic.
All right, so here we go again. I'm gonna. So
much fun.
So that is 15 points of bludgeoning damage as I punch it.
Nice. 15 points. Punching it. Nice.
How's it looking?
It's looking pretty rough, but it's only bloodied. Like from what you can tell, like
Okay.
it's still going. It's still groaning.
I'm going to flurry of blows, and I'm going to try to. No, actually, I'm just going to pump a key point in and try to stunning strike it is what I'll do. So
Okay, amazing.
it
Keep
needs
in mind
to
you
make-
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 under other individuals that
Sure.
have not been attacked as of yet.
Okay, it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. It makes this Constitution saving throw. Oh, it fails. Wait, let me double check. +3, so 12.
No, fails.
Ah.
So it is stunned. So
Cool.
I will go ahead and yeah, that'll be my turn.
Awesome. Okay, and then Jinian over on the other side. Oh, after you actually now they react. So the creature that's facing you right now, it's got like this hanging jaw that's been ripped off of it. Now it's just teeth that are like the fanged teeth of the Oni that's sticking down. It seems part of its body seems to be like ripped into and partially rotten at this point. This guy seems to groan and then move forward, shuffling towards you as it takes its attacks on you.
The one I just hit?
The one that you just hit.
It's
done, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, then this one. Let's see.
And
The
did
other
you say
one.
the other ones are surprised or are they just shocked?
You are now revealing yourself.
Right.
And the other ones, so these guys basically didn't get to like do anything toward what you were doing because they are surprised. Oh, you should have rolled with advantage. Anyway, your
well then my natural one might have hit.
roll that again because they're surprised.
Ooh, that's a 21.
Nice.
So
And
that is 11 more points of damage.
amazing. It's almost good. Not quite all the way.
Right.
Did you miss another time or it was just the one?
It was just the one, but that's okay. I probably would have done. It doesn't matter. Continue.
Yeah, no worries. And Jenian also got to re-roll his one that didn't hit, and that one does hit, so he'll re-roll that damage as well. So adds that on top of things. Nice. And so this creature though, stunned. You see the other creatures seeming to turn. You hear them all starting to groan and whisper in this like muttered, very unintelligible version of Abyssal here. Seems like all of them seem to be a little bit not quite all there. And they start, the 3 closest to you, or all of them start to move towards you. So one set grows from very far away to you. They get into this, they get from very far to only far. So about like 90 feet from you, from 90 feet to about 60 feet to you. And then the next round goes from 60 feet to about 30 feet from you. And then the one that was closest to you will get within range of you. Okay. And so this guy is going to stumble his way towards you. Okay, so then we have, but you see the other two, okay, so one gets close up to you and it's going to make its attack. Okay. So it Red Fury is going to add to this damage as it's rushing towards you, and its teeth are flashing in the darkness here. This creature, as a bonus action, gets to move up to its speed. Oh, never mind. The three that are the other two that are a little farther away that would need another turn to get to you with their speed here. They're going to take their bonus action and be able to speed all the way up to you.
Okay.
And the other one's closer as well. Just not quite in range yet. So you actually have 3 that are coming up to you, and all of them are charging for you.
Okay.
So as they make their attacks, here we have a 13 plus. Okay, you have a dirty 20 to hit, a 22, and a 22.
Yeah, those hit.
Amazing. So all 3 of those hit. That's going to be 7 plus.
So I have 4 next to me now. The one that's stunned and 3 more.
You have only 3 next to you right now.
Which
The
one's
one that's
stunned?
The one that's stunned. Sorry, you're right. 4. The one that's stunned is included. But sorry, I was just saying 3 attacks on you.
Okay, yeah.
And that's going to be 9. I lost the numbers. 14 plus. So it's going to be 19 points of slashing damage as these claws rake. They actually have these axes that they're slicing across you. And I'm gonna add on top of that their Red Fury damage, which will be a D8 if I can find another D8. Okay. Another additional 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And so as they make their attacks, one of them at the distance that one of them like far away, they're going to make their battle call. You hear a whooping, hollering going up in the trees, this large roar of the Akaoni going up, and that battle call will allow the ones next to them, which is only one individual right now, to gain advantage on its next attack against you.
Okay.
So that's their turn. You have 3 that are in range of you now. 1, 2, 3 that are surrounding you, plus the stunned guy. And then you have 2 more that are pressing forward.
Okay, so can
3 more pressing forward.
Can I use my adrenaline since I took 20 points of damage? Can I?
Yes.
I'm gonna use a key point to make an attack at the one that's almost down and just try to see if I can knock it out. So that's a dirty 20 to hit.
Definitely hits.
That is 12 points of damage.
12 points of damage, and you slice one more time, and the head gets yanked completely off of its body. It collapses to the ground. It's gone out of the play.
Okay.
Now you only have 3 that are next to you at the moment. Next is going to be Jen Yin. Jen Yin's going to make his attack against this guy to try to finish him off, knock him out of the running. So he'll take 1 more chain attack on this guy, and that one hits, and he's going to take that damage first to see if it kills him. And 7 plus 11. Yeah. So he knocks out this next guy. And he's going to continue, and he's going to voraciously force his way through the bushes and through the underbrush here, forcing his way next to you, and he's going to take the guy to your left. And he kind of tackles him, chain attack on this guy to wrap him up. The wrap up chain misses, so he's going to take his other 2 claw attacks that are just open attacks on this guy. And as he slices, I'm rolling very low, and the Akaoni seems to be dodging as this zombie Akaoni, this undead, seems to be recognizing the movements that he's using and dodging out of the way, out of a natural athletic memory. Next is going to be you, Konari. His bonus action actually. It's to poof. He's going to stay right here. So he's going to stay next to you. Side by side at the moment. For you, Miss Ma'am, what are you doing?
I'm going to hit the one guy. So just one of the ones in front of me.
Okay. Got it. And for the one right next to him, did you want to go for one of the ones being attacked by Jenyin or one of the two that are not being
One
attacked?
of the two that are not being attacked.
Okay.
So,
got it.
So that's a 17 to hit.
17 hits. Just barely.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. It does just hit. It's higher.
Great. So that is 12 damage, and I'm going to pump a necrotic into there because I can. So that is another 12. So that's 24 points of damage to it.
Nice. That's really rough.
I'm going to hit it again.
Okay. You make that other attack. Go for it.
And that is a 22 to hit, I think. I can't do math.
The one 23 to hit definitely hits. Amazing.
Okay, so another 10 points of damage.
Another 10 points of damage. Nice.
All right, I will punch it.
Okay. It is barely it is bloodied at this point, and you can tell that it's like barely hanging on to its respective body parts. However, as you're making this final attack here, go ahead and roll it, but you do hear the groaning of the creature that's at your guys' back that Jinyan seemingly already took care of, and it seems to be pulling itself up off of the ground and pulling itself back up again. And Jinyan turns and curses an abyssal.
I thought you wanted us to get to the wrap-up stuff. I was kidding.
It's okay.
Okay, so that's a 22 to hit, I think. Yeah, I'm not doing math very well. So, that is 11 more points of damage.
Okay.
He's still up?
And no, he goes down. So this one more slice, head flops off cleanly from the blade as it collapses to the ground in front of you. Another one knocked off.
I'm going to do flurry of blows and just do one punch to the other guy.
Okay. You sock him in the jaw. Go ahead.
So that's a 20. I rolled 3 14s in a row. That's insane. 20. You think I can do the math on this? 22 to hit. Plus, so I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna try to stunning strike him. So that is 14 points of damage, and then stunning strike.
14 points of damage. Amazing. Yeah. So this guy takes the 14 point. The third guy is knocked out. This is the fourth guy. 14 points of damage. Stunning strike. Let's roll that. He fails.
Great. He's done. All right. That's my turn.
Frozen. Nice. Let's mark that, and then. As you hear the sound of the creature groaning and pushing itself up off the ground again to stand, you do notice that the sword at your hip, the one where when you had been accosted by the power and the corruption of it, sounded like a flute playing in the background. You hear that even louder all of a sudden. And it seems to be getting progressively louder and more obnoxious in your mind, as far as you can tell. Okay. Now, from there, go ahead and next is going to be the Oni, correct? That was the end of your turn?
Yes, that was the end of my turn.
Okay, so then the ones that were coming in closer, the 3 that were on the outer layer there, and they are finally within range, one of which has the battle call activated. And let's see. Another one is going to use its... Since they no longer need to use their bonus action to get close to you, another one is going to use his battle call to give advantage to the 2 remaining, one of which is stunned, one of which is fighting with Jenyin, and then the other guy that's about to attack you. So you have 3 coming in at your side, 2 of them hollering, roaring in the background as their battle calls ring out through the forest here, and the flute itself seems to be gaining in loudness. Let's see. As they make their attacks with advantage, one of them is a 17 to hit. Does that hit?
No, does not hit.
Okay. The next one is a 23 to hit.
Okay.
And a natural 20 to hit. Then we have, okay, so that's those 3. And The two that are next to you, one is stunned, doesn't have an action, and the other guy is going to make his attack on Jen Yin, and that's going to be... The first one didn't hit, by the way, Konari, right? It was only 2 that hits you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. And then this guy making his attack, it's a dirty 20 to hit, and it does hit. So for Jen Yin, I'll just roll that damage really quick. Going for the great axe as it slices into him. That's going to be 9 plus 14 points of slashing damage to Jen Yin. And then the ones on you, we're going to have 20 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then
And these people are in melee now?
21 points of slashing damage. Yes.
Holy, okay. That's...
So these creatures, as they're groaning and growling and crawling their way towards you, taking these attacks on you, you are now surrounded by one that's stunned, one that's fighting Jen Yin, and then there's 3 other individuals.
Okay. And the other ones are getting back up?
The other ones, oh, let me roll for those 2. See if they do get back up. The one that you fought did not get back up. And the other, and one of the ones you just brought down did not get back up. One is getting back up. Okay. So you have another one that's pulling himself up, but they're barely hanging on. So you have the 2 that are pulling themselves towards you from the outer rim, one right in front of you, though. So we have those guys. Next is going to be... Oh, well, the guy who actually just got back up, he's going to go to tackle you, actually. Instead of hurting you with an attack, the one that pulls himself up with this natural 20 is going to launch himself at you. So go ahead and give me a contested athletics check or acrobatics check as you're kind of like dodging him, pulling him off.
23.
23. Really good. Yeah. So he goes to tackle you and you move out of the way just like that gentle martial arts master movement, and he goes flying the other side, collapses on the other side of you. And then the other guy is getting closer from where Jen Yin had killed him originally.
Great.
Next is going to be Jen Yin. Jen Yin's going to turn around in anger, frustration. He's going to throw his ranged chain attack at the guy who's ambling his way towards you guys. He definitely hits, and the guy goes down again, this time for good. He came back up with only like 1 hit point, basically. So then Jen Yin yanks it out of the creature's corpse and casts it again to the guy in front of him. So he's making that attack. It hits, and now this guy is restrained, finally. You guys actually have similar abilities to restrain people. Or in a sense, at least. Not restrain, but stun. The same, yours is better. But he does restrain this guy, wrapping the chains around him and doing the damage of it. And he's going to make his 2 claw attacks against this guy just to knock him out of the running. I'm rolling so badly for Jen Yin. I'm sorry, Jen Yin.
Well, then stop. Then get new dice. No, I'm just kidding.
I know. Well, they're all just kind of mixed together since there's so many creatures. But it's fine. One of them does hit, one of them does not, but one of them was a natural 1. Anyway, makes his slashing attack 2d6 and the d8 and 8, 5, 13. Okay, so then this guy, number 5. Okay, and then next is going to be your turn, Miss Konari. You are attacked by all these 4 individuals here.
Okay, Konari is looking really bad. So I'm going to object interaction, smoke bomb, because that's become a thing that she does now to let Jen Yin move around. And then
okay, what's the saving throw for that?
Oh no, it's just a smoke grenade. Like, so it's just
okay. So it's just harder to see. Obscured. Got it.
So, and then she's going to action disengage or no, I'll bonus action disengage, just a key point, get my sword out, and fly like 50 feet up in the air or something like that, because she's got to get out of here.
Take to the air, take to the sky here. Got it. Now you are floating in the sky. What are you going to do?
That's... I don't think I have any healing potions, so that's a... Well, I could really... hold on, I'm trying to see if I have any healing potions. Oh, I do. I'm going to take a healing potion, because I am not doing so hot, so...
Look,
and that's my turn.
Awesome. So you are 50 feet in the air, right?
Yep.
Amazing. So the creatures that are on the ground here are still baying and like reaching up towards you. They seem to be far more focused on you than they are even on Jen Yin, who's on the ground right now. Now it is their turn. They're going to... Yeah, they're going to take some javelins. All of them seem to be focused very much on you, Miss Konari. They're going to take their attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. You. No longer with advantage here. Well, actually.
They kind of are obscured too.
You can only do it one time a day.
Would it be a disadvantage because they're in a smoke cloud? No.
It is true. They are in the smoke cloud. You drop the smoke cloud on them. So I'll roll with disadvantage. So 2 definitely don't hit. Does a 19 hit?
That's my AC.
Okay, barely hits. And a dirty 20.
Okay.
Okay, so then 2 hit, correct?
Yes, 2 would hit.
And so those are the javelin attacks that they're making against you. Okay, actually, the one that barely hits does not hit at all because they actually have a double disadvantage because they're you're a little bit out of range of the javelin. Oh. It doesn't go as far of the regular range. And the other one still hits though. Okay. Even with no, it's a dirty 20, so it was an 18 to hit, doesn't it? So it doesn't hit at all, right?
Yeah, that doesn't hit at all. Sweet.
Yeah, so all of them throwing their javelins up through the smoke at you, and you kind of like kick.
Dang it, I was gonna catch one and throw it back down at them. Yeah. That's okay.
And so those ones, all of them are kind of baying and reaching for you. A couple of them start to climb one of the nearby trees and everything. As they are just using their movement to pull themselves up a little bit closer to you, in theory. Next is going to be Jen Yin, who's going to make an additional attack here. And I'll make all of his attacks. So he makes some of his attacks, roll some of that damage. 2 of them hit. So one is... 4, 8, 16, 22 points of damage. Another one goes down. The one he's fighting goes down fully. And now there's only 4 left. 2 of which are climbing a tree here. Next is going to be your turn, Konari. You're 50 feet up out of the air here. Some of them are climbing up on the trees next to you, and you hear this flute music in the back of your mind.
Lovely. I don't yeah, okay. Konari's gonna pull out some darts and start flinging them at them because that's
sure. Roll to hit.
So that's a 25. So
25 hits.
All right, so that's just a D. It's a D8 actually. It's a martial weapon for me. So 3 plus 4, 7 points of damage. I'll do it again. 26 to hit. That's 12 points of damage.
Nice.
And I'll do another one.
Okay.
19 to hit.
Does hit.
And that's 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. That one goes down.
Falls out of the tree.
Falls down. Hits pretty hard. Next,
that's my turn.
Okay. So you have 3 left, and they're still kind of one is still in the trees coming at you. Okay. 2 are on the ground, just going to take another throw of a javelin at you. One is a 13 to hit does not hit. 1 is a does not hit as well. And then the one that's coming at you from the trees is no longer covered, so it no longer
Okay.
has disadvantage.
Okay.
And that's going to be just a straight roll. That's going to be a 21 to hit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be some the javelin's a lot lighter anyway than their regular thing. So but with Red Fury, he gets the extra. So there's going to be 7 points of slashing damage from the javelin, or piercing damage.
Going to catch it instead and throw it back at him.
Nice. You catch it out of the air, chuck it back. Nice. Roll a hit.
18 to hit.
Does hit, and
Okay.
it takes it in the side of its neck here, and you hear it just choking up on it, but it doesn't seem to be having trouble breathing because it wasn't in the first place.
Well,
roll a damage.
11 points of damage.
Nice. Okay, so the one in the tree, 11 points of damage. You have only 2 left.
Nice.
And with that in mind, actually, only 11 points of damage. Okay, back to the top of the round here. And no. To the last two. So they're going to one's going to make its way up the tree, and the one that is presently up in the tree is going to take a leap at you.
I thought they already threw javelins at me, but they didn't.
Oh, you're right. I just went through their turn. Sorry, it is top of the round.
Okay.
Jenyan. Sorry. Jenyan's going to make his attack on one of the guys making his way toward the tree trunk. So he'll make his attacks. He misses for 1, and he gets it for the other. And for the last one, he gets it.
Nice.
So that's going to be a lot of damage. One hit, and then one of these hit. Okay, so that's going to be 4 plus 8 plus 8, 16 plus 4, so 20 points of damage to this guy. Yeah, so 20 points to the last guy who's getting to the tree, and then the one who's in the tree is still the one being attacked by you. Okay. So that's going to be you, Konari. What are you doing?
I'm going to I'm going to go up to him and try to shove him out of the tree.
Okay. You go up to him, try to shove him out of the tree, and as you do so, as this is all going on, give me a new perception check, Miss Konari.
Oh boy.
And roll me an athletics check on top of that for your shove.
Okay, so for perception, that's 27.
Perception, that's 27.
So,
that's crazy. You realize at this point, not only can you hear the flute in your mind coming from this blade, you can also hear it whispering through the trees.
Oh boy. Maybe I shouldn't keep this blade.
It's a very calm sound.
Save it for Nemo.
It seems like there's this weird mix. It doesn't seem super aggressive, oddly enough. With your very high perception, just very high wisdom, you can tell it's less aggressive and it seems more constant. Beyond that, what is your athletics check as you shove this thing out of a tree?
That
you
is
swoop down on the sword and you give it a kick. 18. And yeah, you beat it. It just you kind of kick at one of its hands that's holding onto the tree branch it's on and everything, and it goes falling to the ground. It's going to take the damage from that fall, and it's going to be a little rough for him. Would you like to use a bonus action?
Well, that was one of my attacks. Well, can I drop onto him again?
The other 2 fail, by the way, for getting back up.
Okay, so there's just the 2.
Yeah, just the 2. And you asked me what?
No, I don't have enough hit points for that. I'm gonna stay up in the air. I'm gonna stay up in the air. That's my turn.
You're gonna stay up in the air. That's your turn. Got it. And roll me, Miss Konari.
Oh boy.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
A con save. This is not good. Ooh, actually, that's really good. 22.
Oh, a 22.
I rolled a
you
19.
hear
I had to roll really high. My con's not that good.
the music in your ear started to build up for a minute, and it got so loud it almost became deafening. But you shake it off. Next is going to be
I still don't know if I should keep this, guys. We'll see.
the two on the ground. So the casting of these javelins, one is climbing up the tree, the other one fell off the tree. So the one on the ground is going to make a javelin attack on you. Disadvantage because of the smoke. But one was a natural 20 and one was a 5. So he misses and the javelin goes wide. The guy in the tree who's making his way up now, who had been... Oh, no. Hold on. Okay, yeah. He escaped the restraining of Jenyin's grapple attack, but he is presently making his way up the tree. So he had to use his action to do so.
Jenyin gets an opportunity attack?
He does not. He was not in range in the first place.
Oh, okay.
Because he makes this at like a ranged attack. It's not within melee necessarily.
Okay.
It's right outside of melee. But this guy is making his way up. Jenyin's going to take another attack on him anyway, come his turn. So that's the last two there. Next is going to be Jenyin. So Jenyin's going to make his multitude of attacks. And he hits, and the last one does not, but the first two do, which is the important two. Anyway, so that's a lot of damage. Oh, I rolled really high all the way around. That guy goes down. That's great.
Nice.
So this guy falls from the tree. The one left on the ground below you, Miss Konari, the one that just fell, still hanging on, still seemingly trying to make attacks on you. Now it is your turn.
So there's one left. So I'm gonna go over and try to knock it, hit it, just attack it. So that is 25 to hit.
25 hits.
That's
you swing down, slash at it. Yep.
13 points of damage.
Nice.
That's a 22 to hit.
A 22 to hit. Okay.
That's 14 points of damage.
And he goes down.
Perfect.
So as you do this final slash, the music itself seems to quiet for just a second. But then it continues to play. And you see these two are going to make their Constitution saving throws to try to get back up again. One does. So the one that you just brought down, it starts to push itself up as the music got a little bit louder, a little bit more focused.
I want to pull the new sword out.
Say it again.
I want to pull the new sword out and try to swing at it. See what happens.
Put your hand on this new one. You bring it out. You hear the sliding of blade against the cloth of your gown here, and you whip it out. It seems to not gleam in the moonlight toward Jenyin here. It seems to absorb the light a little bit, and in a way, you can almost sense it as its own separate entity. Now, would you like to make an attack?
I would like to make an attack.
Okay, using the Phantom Blade here. Jianlu, as you swing it down and this... by the way, the translation for Jianlu, it literally means like well of darkness, as a side note.
Ooh.
But as you swing the well of darkness at this creature that just pulled itself back up again, go ahead and roll me an attack. So your attack will be your regular... like dexterity addition, your proficiency and such, +3.
Woo! That's a 25 to hit. Yeah, sorry.
25 to hit. Yes, slashes through, and it almost... You don't even have to roll the damage because the creature only had one more point.
Yeah.
But as you slice through, it almost cuts cleanly. Like it's almost like it didn't even happen. Like anime style, you made this swing, the swing, you blink past and you're done swinging past it. And it's almost like the creature wasn't damaged until like 2 seconds later, it spurts blood and the body falls apart 2 halves of a hole down to the ground, and it is no longer moving. With that, as a side note, all of the damage you make with this weapon, would you know that? Yeah, you would. It would be called necrotic damage. All of the damage with this weapon is necrotic. As you slice through, the music stops.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. So it seems like it wants to be used in battle. It doesn't like it if it's not being used, maybe. I don't know.
Well, roll me an insight check as you're trying to understand what it is.
Okay. My insight. Dirty 20.
A dirty 20. So from what you can tell, the weapon itself, you remember, it feels very similar to when you had held the Stygian seal long ago. Very similar. And in the same way, you remember how it seemed to have this emanating energy and it was almost like this beacon of darkness. This might be the same.
Meaning it'll draw things to it? Like
Maybe.
the Stygian does? I want this sword! Ugh.
You can keep it. You can keep it. And there's ways to try to like hide the beacon of energy or try to squelch it and whatnot. Just know that you are things are aware of you now.
What, Nathan?
Even more so.
Nemo is very good now at hiding powerful energy.
He's still dead.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Still
He's dead. Still.
You are aware, though, Konari, based on what you've experienced and how it felt to you and everything, that yes, the more you use it, the more satisfied it'll be. The less of a beacon, the less noise it'll make, so to speak. So as you used it in that moment, it's silenced.
So it
And
just
it
needs
was
a little bit of
quiet.
blood every day. And then it's
It needs a little attention, you know. It's like a puppy, you know. You got to pet it a couple times, and it won't start barking and freaking out all the time. Anyway, yeah. So that's a thing. Anyway, so you guys leave the little death battlefield here. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check as you guys kind of loot the little Oni bodies and such.
okay. Investigation's not that great. So that's an 8.
That's an 8. Jinyin got a natural 7. Anyway, so both of you not the greatest at looting necessarily, but you guys check for the preliminary stuff. There's a bunch. Do you want to take these with you? So there's a bunch of great axes that they were using, bunch of javelins that they were using. So you could take those with you. They're not special in any specific way. And beyond that, you have different. There's like a necklace of bones. You find different little knickknacks and trinkets that they've stolen from other places around the country and everything. So go ahead and roll me for some knickknacks and such. Roll me a D100.
Ooh, a D100.
Always
I'll take a couple javelin and I will take the bone necklace and then we'll see what knickknacks. 24.
180. 24, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you will take what?
A couple javelins and the bone necklace.
Got it. A couple javelins and the bone necklace. Go ahead and add those to your little thing. You find D100. You said 80, right?
No, 24.
Oh, whoa. I don't know where the 80 came from. 24. 24. That's not the right thing. Ah, there it is. 24. Okay, you find what looks to be a small glass frame. Looks to be almost, well, you find a little, it feels like a piece of glass with a rim of metal around it. And yeah, you find one of those, and you find a little box of cards, like gold foil cards. They're bendy and nice. They seem to be actually, when you kind of like bend them, feeling them out and sniff it or whatever, and from your basic what you can tell, seems like to be made out of gold, like actual gold, these cards. Cards.
Okay, I will take all of those. Yeah, very cool.
So the weapons, you can add as many as 8 of the weapons as you take back with them.
Sure.
Take back with you. You could try to sell them and stuff, make some coin off of them if you'd like.
I don't know if Konari cares that much about the weapons, so she'll take the javelin though because she wants to use them. Okay, so
you can add as many as you'd like. They have like 20 amongst them.
Okay, cool. I'll probably say like an even 10. So all right, so we make our way back to the Oni, and Konari / Isabel still don't know what to do about this sword, but should probably figure that out soon, I guess.
Good question. Okay, so you make your way back. They welcome you with open arms. A lot of them are very impressed as you are bringing in such a prestigious evil relic of the past here. A lot of the dissension voices from before seem to be a little bit less dissension. Although, I mean, so now there's like new voices of dissension because they're like, if they were able to get this weapon, what do you think? What else can they do? Now they're dangerous, and now like so you soothe the voices that disliked you before, but now there's new voices that rise up who dislike you now, and you realize in this moment the whole council will never be actually satisfied with you. Like they all have such different ways of thinking.
They will never be satisfied.
They'll never be satisfied. Exactly. So you're kind of like, wow, this doesn't seem like the greatest government structure, but it works out for them. Next, as you are, as they bring you in, and Shi-Chen seems to be very pleased with your guys' success here. Actually, sorry. All this depends. What do you give them?
Konari? Konari would give them her old sword.
Dang. Okay, so in preparation for this, roll me. Okay, first, where do you leave the sword?
Ooh.
Or do you take it in with you somehow?
Ooh, that's a great question. Ooh, That's a good question. If I leave the sword, it probably won't be somewhere when I get back. I just have this feeling that it will not be any, but
it is a definitive beacon.
Okay, honestly, dang. Konari is not the smooth talking person. She's probably not gonna be able to explain this sword. Dang it, I really wanted to keep it, but I don't see any logical way for her to keep it.
Just run.
But the whole point of coming here was to have them help Jenyin.
Plans change.
No, the sword is not important to her, more important to her than Jenyin. Dang, okay.
If you want, you could request to use it somehow.
Okay.
Can I check this out of the library?
She would be like, okay. So
I mean, as long as they know where it is.
She'll present it. She'll present the sword.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay. You put it on this little, they have like a little low table that's set up in front of the council where all the council are sitting on their little cushions, and you guys both kneel down, kind of the same setup from before, Shi-Chen between you guys translating, and you put this large, dark cavernous depths of darkness blade sitting on this table, and all of them seem to like pause and gasp. Silence casts across the entire council, this entire marble room, where all of these different pale oni are standing and watching in awe and fear at the same time as to the two creatures that would be able to get this above and beyond what any of them might have expected from you guys in the first place. Shichen, very pleased with you, seemingly. And this is what I told all of you in the first place. They are trustworthy individuals, and they will not threaten our lifestyle nor our life mission. Turning to the council, he says this in their language and said basically what he was going to say to you guys. They all seem to, some of them seem a little bit more, actually, let me roll for their main reactions here. Okay. For the majority, you have a lot of more, not necessarily super positive reactions to you beyond Shichen. Shichen seems to be very pleased with you, seems to be very trusting of you guys. But the rest of the council seem to be pretty neutral. They're like, okay, they brought this in, she brought us this weapon, and yet what does that say about them? If they were able to get such a dangerous weapon from such wicked individuals, how wicked must they be to do so? And you have other individuals who are, but I don't know about that. I don't think that's exactly what we're experiencing here. Perhaps they were just so good they were able to overcome the wickedness of those creatures. Someone else goes, honestly, I think they're probably just skilled. Anyone probably could have done it. We just haven't sent anyone powerful enough to do it yet. And there's all kinds of voices, all kinds of reasons. Shichen is translating them bits and pieces here and there. Jen Yin is kind of whispering his own angle of what he's interpreting here. Overall, Shichen translates to you their grand decision to help Jen Yin discover his ancestry to the best of their ability. They will use their magic and they will use their archives to try to find some sort of evidence of his past, perhaps looking into said past with divination, something of that ilk. And they are full on board to help you in this. Right. So at this point, there seems to be very good goodwill towards you. And if you'd like to make a request, you may.
She would. Konari would say something like, we are willing to give up this sword to you, but let it be known that it is a powerful beacon. And by having this, you may be bringing on constant attacks by the Oni to yourself. And if we were able to take it from them, we are able to keep it. And I would much rather see this sword used against the Oni than to cause more, or the red Oni, than to cause more destruction of the white Oni.
You hear all of them when you say those words, all the voices rise up in a cacophony. Some people are like, wait, what is she saying about this? Some others are saying, I recognize what she's saying. I could feel the aura emanating off of this creature. And they're like, we're going to draw them to us. This is supposed to be a safe place. Someone else being, no, calm down. We do not know if this is the truth. We cannot know if they are speaking truth, blah, blah, blah. Other people are like, we can trust them. Why would they lead us wrong in this? We can't trust them. They're probably they probably just want the sword for themselves.
Konari would point out the blood actively on the sword that hasn't dried yet. Like, they chased us down. Literally.
You relay the escapade where multiple undead red Oni had attacked you guys. And that actually makes everyone quiet. The voices go dim. Silence rings across the entire marble hall here. Shichen turns to you with seriousness on his face. He goes, what do you mean you were accosted by multiple red Oni? Tell us more. Tell us, what did you experience? What was this?
Well, they seemed to be trailing us for days. I did notice them, but they're pretty stealthy boys, and so they have their tendencies to sneak up on people. But we managed to take them head on and disrupt them. They do like to keep kind of coming back to life, so they are hard to stay down.
They all start to mumble. A lot of mutterings go out in the crowd, and all of them seem to be getting very nervous, very stiff. Everyone seems to be getting before everyone was very at peace, very calm. Even when the hubbub went up, when everyone started arguing and everything, that was still a pretty relaxed argument discussion. And now everyone seems to be actually like tittering nervousness and fear. Like the haze of energy shifts toward fear. Go ahead.
I'm going to look at Chi-Chen and say, plus, where are you going to keep this thing? In the same room as the books that you don't want them to get their hands on?
Roll me persuasion check, but roll me with advantage, lady.
Okay, hopefully I do well because my persuasion is.
Would that be intimidation?
It doesn't matter. Konari.
Oh, both would work. You fair. That's fair.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, I wish I could bless myself or something. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay, advantage. Okay. 18?
18, that's really good.
Oh, no, 17. I have a -1, so 17, but
17?
still.
Okay. Interesting rolls on this end. Okay. Chi-Chen, very serious, turns to the rest of the council. There's multiple different words being, multiple different conversations, multiple different tacks from different angles. People there's dissension of like distrust, but there's also this dissension of mainly fear. They all seem to be very nervous about what you're implying could plausibly happen here. One of them says something and then everyone else goes quiet. And when you lean over to Jenyin in confusion, wondering what it is they said, you actually remember the words. And one of them says, Modao Zushi in their language. And Chi-Chen turns back to you and he goes, did you not tell us in the past that was there not something about the destroyer being back?
Okay, DM, I need a refresher. The destroyer is Xian Wei, right?
That is who they're referring to, yes. And there was something that you guys had said, like back with Riot and all that going down. You guys had mentioned, oh yeah, we gotta connect with Han Guanjun and Xian Wei. And at the time, Chi-Chen had been turned and looked at you guys with confusion, like Xian Wei as in the destroyer of worlds. What? Basically at the time. And then you guys were like, oh, I mean, and somehow it got rolled over. I'm going to have to re-listen to that part, but I do know it happened because I wrote it down that you guys had mentioned Xian Wei as like a present tense thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, and Chi-Chen turns to you and he goes, and he's going to roll an insight check as he said, Xian Wei, roll me. How do you want to come off about it? Do you want to seem like, oh, I don't know what that name is? What? Huh? Or like, how do you want to come off about it?
I'd say Konari is going to play it off like those are superstitions and she doesn't believe in those. Like people whisper things and she's too practical for that.
Okay. Roll me either deception or persuasion, whichever applies more in your mind.
I am not that good at these kind of things. That's an 11.
You see his eyes narrow just a little bit. But he turns to the crowd on the council table and he'll continue speaking, trying to soothe their reactions and such here. Give me a new persuasion check, and this will be the final decision for them.
Okay.
This will be defining their final decision on this. And Chi-Chen does not affect this roll for them at all.
Okay. So is it a straight roll then?
Yes. Give me just a straight persuasion check No. Give it to me with advantage. Give it to me with advantage, because at this point they are thoroughly nervous, and you have proven your trust to an extent here.
Yeah. Okay, so what was that? Ooh, a 19 minus 1, so an 18.
An 18. Okay. So all of them, there's dissension, there's arguments, and finally one of the council members stands up from his cushion, puts his hands up, and the crowd goes quiet, but only like a begrudging quiet, not quiet in fear. All of them muffle their voices, and he turns to Shi-Chen, says his piece, and looks at you as Shi-Chen delivers the words. And Shi-Chen goes, "You are correct in that we need to protect Xianwei's journals from any further misuse. We will trust that the misuse you possibly can bring," and he looks at the crowd of the dissenters and the ones who didn't trust you, "is outweighed by the risk of keeping such a dangerous beacon of darkness near Xianwei's journals." He goes, and all of them look at you very closely, and they go, "If we discover such a weapon being used for selfish gain or for the destruction of mortals, we will hunt you as one of our own." And Shi-Chen goes, "They recognize that you seem to feel like one of us now, which is not normal for..."
Wait, I feel like one of them?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You have... It's hard to describe, but you feel as though you are one of us now. One of the Aka, one of the Ao Oni, one of us. And that makes you under our purview. Tread carefully. And his eyes seem to trail, like just looking at you with a little bit longer than absolutely necessary. And then his eyes pull away, and he gracefully smiles and soothes the council. And yes, this is how this is going. And ushers them to begin their rites of ritual to discover more about Jen Yin. But from there, he doesn't seem to... yeah, continue. Go ahead.
I was like, Konari was going to ask him when she heard, like, the killing of mortals, like, does that count for people who, like, attack me? Like, I get it, like, people try to kill me a lot.
He goes, "As long as you do not go massacring villages, you will not find trouble from us."
Ah, okay. That I can do.
He goes, "The rules on this, on you, are far murkier than we are normally to deal with. It will probably they'll probably play it by ear for the most part. As a situation comes up, they will deal with it. As long as you do not make large waves of some sort, you should be fine." But as you guys continue, are you going to... Okay. So from here, let's define the amount of time that they're going to spend with Jen Yin will be sporadic and probably spread over a period of time. You guys would probably be staying for like maybe a stretch of a month here and there to do different types of research, coming up with different things as it comes. You find out right away that he is not a part of their society, or like he does not seem to descend from their group of Pale Oni. Though you will discover over time that they are not the only sect, they're not the only collection of Pale Oni across the globe. Instead, well, okay, we'll get to that as we come. So let's go ahead and define what is everyone doing for downtime. As a year passes, as Raiden is doing different types of research, different kinds of divine readings to find out where Karhale's people have disappeared off to, as well as doing research into possibly finding and bringing back Nemo. Nemazine here. The different types of research will take time for him, and you guys will be able to kind of be up to your own devices for the moment, since there's nothing you guys could really do about those two respective things until Raiden comes back with more news. Starting with, well, we haven't heard too much from the other two, so we'll start with you guys, and then Konari I'll give you the information that you'll discover through for Jenyan and all of that as we come to it. Karhale, I have a list for you, and let's see, one of which...
Have my list.
You have your list? Go ahead. Give me your little downtime list.
Okay. Oh, what about the ones that I had asterisks next to? As in the ones that I was okay with waiting to do in session with the rest of the group.
Uh-huh. Okay,
Should
so...
I not mention those?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to mention them or not. I was thinking what you meant was like those would be possibilities of something that we would describe and talk about in the thing. That's what I thought you were talking about.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I am totally cool with that. So the vast majority of what Karhale ended up doing over the last year would be working with the Ethereal. Using her connections in Alethkar and Kel and with the druids to try to establish more safe houses and really trying to pick up recruitment.
Amazing.
See also building a base somewhere. I'll leave it up to the group where we end up building it, but she needs
like your base, right? Your guys' base.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? Mm-hmm. That's fun.
Oh, and she learned Talon.
Oh yeah, studying Talon. Okay, Miss Karhale, for studies of Talon, go ahead and give me intelligence check and a wisdom check. Just to determine how well this went over the year for you.
Okay.
And okay, so as far as the setup with the Ethereal, using connections with Raiden, Achelon, and the Atsi to set up new safe houses for Mageborns. One of it which would be an encounter you'd have, well, the outcome of which would be determined on a meeting with the Atsi in the first place. But Karhale, what was your roll for your Talon?
My intelligence was a natural 20, so 19. And my wisdom was a 16.
Amazing. So, over the period of time of this year and everything, you getting with Jaskier, you guys are pretty much doing a lot together. Honestly, you guys are sticking close, and right at the beginning, you are very much all in to learn Talon. So you actually probably set up a whole system with Jess so that you guys didn't speak in anything but Talon, to force yourself to speak it all the time. And you lived and breathed Talon for a long period of time there as you worked with the Intal, working with the Ethereal, setting up this new base and whatnot. So your Talon becomes pretty fluent by the end of this year. I would say with a natural 20, you probably start to sound like a local.
Let's go.
No, you don't look like one so much. You definitely sound like one. You guys probably even go to visit Samhain at one point too, a place that you've claimed to be from in the past, and definitely see that the place is somewhere you definitely could be from. It's kind of like it's a large city within Tal that's very much kind of the dregs of society. It's kind of like if there were kind of the dregs of society, yeah. Basically, the weirdest people end up finding their way here. The most artistic, the most, I guess, progressive from the way Talon people think. Think Portland, Oregon, and except a little crazier. Yeah. And so it's definitely a wild place. Let's see. So you would be going to visit the Ati at some point, correct? And in the connections that you forge or reforge with them, you would be trying to connect them with the ethereal more thoroughly so that there's a partnership going on here. Putting a pin in this though, what are you going to be up to, Mr. Shy?
Pretty much just a
You
year
should change
long.
your nameplate, by the way, from Shin.
It still says Shin.
Well, I thought we were coming back. You lied to us.
I didn't say anything about that. Also, Shin, she cut your head off.
Yeah, and
We'll
with the
go
Yeah,
back
but
and say I did it.
who knows?
'cause-
Kuno's up in the air. You don't know. She's in the wind.
She's in the wind.
You don't know if she's dead.
I'm sorry to
he's
mislead
just-
you, Aaron. I'm sorry to mislead you about earlier with the following after Konari thing.
Oh, I got so excited.
I know you did. I'm sorry. But in my mind, Kuno, if whether or not she's up in atoms or anything, she's definitely a little bit more wary of approaching them head on at this point. So in the future, she's probably gonna build some toughness. And if she comes back eventually, she's not going to be going in blind against Konari again, pun intended. Not really a pun, I guess. But Shy, what are you doing? What are you up to for the year?
He's just doing his year-long adventure into the mountains.
Okay. Delving deeper into the tapestry. Okay. And that's all that you want Shy to be up to for the year?
Well, he doesn't really have any goals, so
Maybe figure out why all your animals are going crazy inside.
that's
Yeah.
part of the reason he's going into the mountains.
Amazing. Shy, as time passes within your delving into the tapestry, delving deeper, going farther, where do you leave the tapestry, as a side note? Where do you leave the rug?
In my super secret place in the woods.
Just randomly in the woods?
I'll probably have it.
Because at least back where you had been staying, that's when the random individual Talon bandits had basically rolled up your rug, took it with them, and sold it somewhere.
You've got a new buddy with a nice palace.
Yeah, so
And you
can
also
leave it
have
in Raiden.
friends.
Yeah, you could say you could
also
leave
have
it at Raiden's.
Harley and Konari.
Yeah, I'll probably leave it at Ravens, I guess.
Just wondering, because if you're going to be gone for months on end and everything, it would be dangerous to just kind of like leave it out somewhere that you're not trusting of. Anyway, yeah, okay. So for then this exploration, Shy, go ahead and give me a series of rolls here as you're delving deeper. Roll me a perception check. Roll me a survival check. And are you taking anyone with you?
Yeah, all my friends and family and sprites.
And sprites. Oh well, the sprites. Yeah, they'll be with you. But are you taking all the animals with
Whoever wants to.
you? I don't think they actively desire for anything. Most of them are not sentient so much as instinctual. So they're not going to do anything unless you're like pulling them along.
Yeah, no, I'm not pulling anyone along, but I'm inviting them on an adventure.
Mm-hmm. Some of them will probably tag along just for the heck of it. George will probably come along because he's getting antsy in there and wants to leave. And yeah. But yeah. So the pixies go with you. Over time, what did you get for your perception check?
Just one perception check is a year long. Oh no. 19.
Unfortunate. 19 is good. Why are you complaining? My gosh. You know what? You're right. We should do 12 rolls per month. That's what we should do. But
I was just saying if it was a bad roll, then my year would be wasted.
Well, it's not necessarily like reflective. It's more like reflective of what you would gain from the time, but I'm keeping the time in mind too. So it's not end all be all. In essence, though, what you do notice with all of your creatures, with all of the land, it seems like everything in the tapestry has progressively gotten a little darker month by month. The sun seems to be shining a little bit less bright, a little bit. You see storm clouds that seem to always be at a distance, and they don't seem to be getting closer or dissipating. But you see them at the edges, past the mountains. In theory, at one point, over time, you do notice that Jen is getting tired all the time. She's losing energy, and her light, she has this purplish light. She seems to start to grow dimmer as time passes. It's not terrible, but she seems to be getting sick almost.
If she's kept at the lantern, how does she seem normal?
In the lantern, it doesn't seem to change much, but since over a period of time you try different things, seeing if anything helps, when she goes outside of the tapestry, she seems to breathe a little freer.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what was the next roll? Survival check. What was that one?
That is a 11.
11. Okay, so as you guys are going forward through the mountains and everything, you are pushed back multiple times, and you don't make too much progress in that first set of 4 months, 3 months, that first trip. So you get up the mountains, and the mountains seem to continue to grow, and they seem to be rumbling with almost like a sentient discontent almost, and they seem to push you back for these first 4 months. Go ahead and give me a new survival check.
17.
Okay, so you retreat for that first trip out, that first trek. The only ones who had gone with you at that point were George and some of the lion, the tiger, the liger came with you. After this first trip, George got tired, ended up flying back without you and everything. When you retreated again, you had taken Konari or Kahali with you this second time. But this second trip does go better for you. And you actually make it to what seems to be the top of the mountains. On this side, the always regressing, always pulling back these mountains, they finally seem to bend to your will to traverse them. And as you look over the other side, roll me a perception check.
Um, 13.
13. You can tell that there seems to be so you see what looks to be just a large landscape of land that looks to be rolling hills, beautiful lush fields, meadows, and you even see a lake at the far end. You also seem to see lights, flickering lights. Not like fire flickering lights. They seem to be more purplish, pinkish lights that are flickering in the distance. There seems to be some sort of settlement maybe in the distance.
Okay.
Would you after this next 4 month trek up these mountains, would you turn back, return to kind of restock, keep going, or do you keep going from there?
Well, I assume I would have prepped for like a full run.
You do, but you can't take you take stuff with you to be able to help yourself in that as you progress. But I mean, it's like you'll still be able to forage on your own. You'll be fine. It's maybe a little harder when you don't have your own stuff with you.
I feel like if it took me 4 months to get up here, then 4 months down and 4 months back up would be kind of a waste.
It's hard to say how long it'll take you because this place is a little bit wishy-washy, like a little bit of a timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly kind of vibes to it.
Mhm.
Like when you come back out of the tapestry and stuff that first time, roll me percentile die.
Oh, giggity, giggity. 15.
A 15 on the percentile die. Okay, so when you came back, you actually lost something more like 5 months, 6 months. So when you trek up this time, do you turn back to see how much time has passed in the regular world?
I feel like no. If I got up there, there would be. I mean, it's just wasting more time to go back down and then waste more time coming back up.
And it didn't take 4 months to go all the way up in the first place. It was more like 2 months up and then 2 months. Like you spent 4 months doing this up the mountain or whatever. This time though, as you go forward, go ahead and give me a new wisdom check. Just straight wisdom.
Do I have Carle or Konari with me at either of these points?
Would you guys have time to be doing other activities during your guys' downtime?
If Shy had come to Tall and asked for my help, yes. Well,
it would have been.
Actually, DM, I'll let you tell me whether or not I would have had time with all the other stuff that I did.
Yeah, I would say you'd probably have time. I mean, it's a whole year. You're hopping around. Like your job, you're not like you don't have a 9 to 5 necessarily. Like the activities are what you're doing the entire year. So in theory, you could have time.
Okay.
And then Konari, depending on what you're doing, I'm not sure what you're up to.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Because if it's taking like months in real time, and we're gonna be
months in game time, but yeah.
Right, sorry, months in game time. She might.
You're saying like in outside world time versus
versus in the tapestry.
Yeah. Got it.
She might, because most of what she's gonna be doing is helping Jinyin, but he could possibly learn some stuff without her. You know what I mean?
Jinyin could come with.
He's got to focus on learning on himself. Okay,
Exactly.
Focus on himself, the mentally healthy queen. No. So she would, if you asked her to, for maybe one of your trips.
Okay, I guess on the second route, I'll go back and then get them.
Okay. So you see a settlement in the distance. You turn back. This time, I rolled this time, and when you come back out, it's only been a month.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it feels like a lot longer.
Sweet.
Okay.
It's less the time spent within the valley itself. It's more the time spent on the mountain that seems to be very hard to grasp.
Yeah. Well, and time was already a little wibbly wobbly. Not quite that much, but
yeah. So you would collect the people and pull them in for
Konari on my left shoulder and Carle on my right, and we'll trudge on.
You go and ask Nola if she wants to join for the trip, and she's like, "Sorry guys, I've got some other stuff going on. Really got to focus on my own projects, you know."
I asked my blood hunter friend, and he comes as well.
Your blood hunter friend?
Yeah.
Who?
Oh, what's his name?
are you talking about Neek?
I think he's talking about Osiris.
Yeah, Osiris.
Oh.
Yeah. You couldn't even remember your own player?
Who?
That's hilarious.
Osiris.
Osiris
Nathan's
Wrong world.
from Nathan's campaign.
Oh, I was like,
Wrong,
what?
man.
I was so
But-
confused.
As you guys all delve
Actually, okay. I actually might ask Hania to come with us.
Okay, we'll converge then. Converge this. Pin in this as you converge on interacting with the Ati as Karhale goes to interact with the Ati. Konari, what are you up to over the period
we're
of
going together.
the year?
Well, yeah. Konari would be spending time with Jenyan, mostly helping, kind of going around and trying to research stuff about him. But researching really isn't her thing, so she would probably be accompanying him, but spending most of her time really just practicing, honing her skills, making sure she's better, faster, stronger, and all that. So and then as well, she would check in often with Raiden.
Hey,
Yeah.
have you done any more dangerous things recently?
Pretty much. She's kind of checking in on the book often, and she's letting him keep it. She is monitoring him closely. DM, I did text you something, so if you might want to read that at some point.
Yes, please.
Cool.
Cool.
But yeah, I'll let you read that first.
Interesting. So,
yeah.
Do you want me to keep this secret
for now? Actually, yes.
Okay.
I'm curious to see how this plays. But I want to see if there's any merit to it before I make it a big deal. So we'll see.
Got it. He'll start to research that, and with that, ironically, he actually tells you when you initially request it. There's a bit of chuckling, and he goes, this line of inquiry I've already opened up, actually, because you see, not only are you interested in this, but so is my father, the Lord Protector of Alethkar at the moment. This line of inquiry is something he's already requested me to research.
So his father is the Lord Protector currently?
He is the current Lord Protector.
Oh, we also missed the part where Darian's his half-brother.
What? That's kind of wild. Okay.
Missed that bit.
Well, I don't think that was ever said out loud. I thought that was like a thing that hasn't been discovered officially or anything.
Now, how does she know?
You told me. Why did you tell me then?
I didn't mean to. I told you. I was like, I didn't mean to tell you that. Don't think about that. That's secret or something.
I didn't say that. No, you did not say that.
Who are we talking about?
I wouldn't. It's okay. Never mind.
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
The guy she's talking to.
Me? I'm talking to Raiden currently.
She's talking to Raiden.
We'll say over the period of the year, you guys get to know Darian. He's a cool guy. He's basically the bodyguard, Raiden's bodyguard, close person, like best friend bodyguard vibe.
Isn't he?
What?
Isn't he the one that was like, I need a beach vacation and left and let us attack him?
Yes, that one.
That's his half brother.
Yes. Well, he was doing it to save Raiden in theory, because you guys had said that it would save him.
Yeah, he left because I asked him to, so he wouldn't have to fight us.
Oh no, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
So DM
go ahead.
Is the Lord Protector the position that they all fight for, or is that a different one? Oh, it is.
Yeah, that's the one.
So he has to fight his own dad to get the position if he wants it.
Assuming his dad fights again.
Oh, okay.
No, he has to kill his dad in order to get the position he wants.
Kill him? Oh, wow.
Kill. Yeah.
It's like it's kind of like the bigger version of Karale's chief situation thing.
Yeah, it's like that, but way worse.
Nice. Way worse. And so that is a factor. There does not seem to be all that much love lost though when you guys are like having conversations about this with Raiden, and he informs you about that that cultural aspect to their society here. But there seems to be no love lost. Raiden is one of many children of this emperor.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I didn't care about the half brother. He's the son
Of this
who?
Lord Protector, sorry.
The
not
Lord
Who-
Protector, the
who is that?
current reigning guy in Aleph.
Basically,
I
the king of Alethkar.
The king
Mhm.
that's also sleeping with Rachel's mom?
No, that's Cal.
No,
We're
no.
talking about
That's
wait,
no.
No,
The
wait.
We're
king
in.
is also. It's confusing. The king is not actually a king.
king.
The king is a moniker who's also a woman. The Lord Protector
Oh!
is the ruler of Alethkar.
So the Lord Protector,
Okay.
there's the only king.
The king,
the only
a
king in
moniker.
Solidar is Intolerant, and he was the kid that was murdered. But right now, the rulers and stuff are the Lord Protector of Elkar, and there's the Rex of Cal. Mhm.
and the
Rex is more
regent
like an
and
emperor.
the regent
The
I'll
Lord
let-
Protector is more.
I'll let Isabel's
Yeah.
notes keep track of this.
What?
Said I'll let your notes keep track of this because
Thank
I
you,
certainly
Nathan.
can't.
There's only 3. You're welcome for there only being 3
There's
countries.
3.
I almost made multiple, and then I was
Well,
like,
there are
let's
4. There's 4 countries.
There were.
Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Am I missing something?
Yes.
I've
Veal
looked at a map
doesn't
in so
exist
long.
anymore.
Which one's
I don't
Veal?
think he's
You
thinking
might
of
be
you.
thinking of the Druid tribes, maybe.
There's a
which is not a
country in the
country?
top left that's like surrounded by
No.
mountains.
That's
There's a
That's
country in the
Alethkar.
top right that's tall.
Tall.
Cal is bottom left. Who's bottom right?
There's no bottom right.
No one.
Kel owns all of it. There used to be like multiple little countries down there, but Kel is now the Roman Empire. It has encroached
So
upon
they're like
everything in the south.
The
Yeah,
UK.
Kalental absorbed the other 2 countries.
Yeah, there are many countries within Kel that are technically like territories of sorts, but they're all under the name Kel right now.
When did they wait? When did they murder the king, the kid king?
The in
That
Tal,
was a hot minute ago.
while you guys had entered the city, like kind of like right after you guys entered, the king, the child king was murdered.
Because there was
That was when
there was,
Valhalla was-
right when we got
Valhalla was-
to the.
there was a celebration going on, and then that's when, or was it a funeral?
There was a
funeral.
celebration, and
Yeah.
then there was a funeral because
It was
she.
when
It was kind of
Valhalla
it was
her-
A toll got killed at the same time. Then
around the same time. Mm-hmm.
odd.
Mm-hmm. Uncanny. Some might say.
Uncanny.
But yes, okay. So yes, DM. So I asked him to look into that. I keep tabs on Raiden. I accompanied Jinyin to all his little things, and she spends time honing her arts in the hopes of maybe getting a fee or something, if that's something she can do. But
Okay.
and
We'll have
she
you
tries
roll.
she picks up words of Abyssal as best she can. You know, she's spending time around them, so
Give me a intelligence check and a wisdom check for learning Abyssal from Jen Yin. Also, you guys are spending so much time there that it totally makes sense to be able to try to train in it.
yeah. Okay, so for a wisdom check, 14 wisdom. My straight wisdom's okay. Intelligence, that's a 12.
12. Okay, so you at a certain point you get to go ahead and go give yourself half proficiency with Abyssal. You'll be familiar enough to be able to roll for it. So you'll probably not get like the full sentence, but the general concepts, stuff like that. Some vocabulary you're still missing, and that's probably just because your teacher also misses a lot of vocabulary.
Sure.
But you guys are learning. You guys are learning as you guys are spending more time there and everything. So let's see. Other things that need to be done. Okay, so go ahead and roll me for your time spent on the feet. This will be a higher check roll just because of the different activities that are going on and busyness. Go ahead and give me what feat are you trying to set up for yourself?
Okay, I really should have researched this because I remembered I was wanting to do one. It was either, I think, the Sentinel feat, or it might have been there's one that starts with an O.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember it was kind of a similar vibe, but I don't remember what it is.
I don't know of a similar
Observant,
vibe.
right?
No, maybe not observant. Maybe it was observant, but maybe not observant. Hold on. No, there's two feats that work well with each other, but they're different. And I don't remember.
I know. Wait, Polam Master, is that what you're thinking of?
Ooh, that was, oh gosh, I really should have.
That's for weapons with
Oh,
reach.
here, go ahead and consider it, and we'll roll for it later. So,
Okay.
so we'll attack something else here. So, going forward then, with the Ati bringing Hania. Okay, so let's go for. Would you be getting in contact with the Toll before or after your guys' encountering with the Ati?
I thought we could get in touch with Atoll to bring her with us to resurrect Nemo.
Oh,
She
Okay.
can't want to resurrect Nemo.
she liked Nemo.
Yeah, she liked.
She's a
I
good
think
egg.
she liked you the best of all of us.
Actually, I guess you're right. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
no,
you guys were
No
pretty
one-
good friends.
No one likes you, Nemo. No, I'm just kidding.
No. You and Konari actually bonded right before you died. I was actually watching, trying to catch up on some.
Yeah,
Oh,
literally right before he died, each of us had like
Yeah.
a really poignant,
A really poignant
bonding moment with him.
conversation. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like right before he died. But basically, Konari promised Nemo to help him not go too far and like basically not destroy himself, kind of thing. Like Konari had promised to help him do that, and Shai had kind of promised the same for Konari. I think was to help her not fall, like not to lose,
Nemo,
basically.
not shy.
As Nemo, what'd you say?
You said shy. Promise
did.
Konari. And then
Sorry.
Karhale, was it?
Nemo.
Didn't Karhale? He like called him a sister or something like that.
Something
something.
like that. And
Like
we'd
a crazy
smoked
little
together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, we smoked together. It was great.
Yeah. No, it was actually so cute. And there was this moment of Karhale basically telling you, like, you can't let your whole life be based around power because you're never, like, sometimes you're not going to have it. Or, like, she'd be giving you kind of like a little spiel of, like, your self philosophy, your life philosophy is flawed, bro. Smoke. as she's getting addicted.
So
So
he basically had just finished his 180, had gone full sober, was turning his life around, and then you killed him off 2 seconds later.
Spontaneously combusted.
says you. I was like,
you
Nathan,
just
you want to use
casted
your
a
inspiration to
spell.
re-roll that natural one, and you were like, no, do it. I dare you. Whatever it is, do it. I can take it. And Nemo couldn't take it. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So all this to say, you guys encountering the Ati then, and we can come here. Actually, before that, Miss Konari, over the period of time learning more about Jen Yen and everything, go ahead and roll me an intelligence check. This is an intelligence check for the tribe themselves. I'll also
Good.
roll one.
Not my intelligence, because my intelligence sucks.
Yes.
Okay, that's a 14, so not the worst.
Yeah. And I got a 15. So together, overall, like they do pretty well in trying to discover more about Jenyan. They discover that Jenyan is not from this continent. He is actually from beyond the the Norn Sea. Wow, words. Beyond the Norn Sea. There's the continent over on the far side is somewhere that people don't return from generally.
That's what I'm thinking of as the fourth country.
Well, it's not a country.
She's
It's
literally
not-
never mentioned it.
there
This
is
the
no.
first time it's ever been brought up.
To you.
We brought it up vaguely, I think, before once, and then it wasn't delved
Not
into.
that I remember.
But past this continent, this continent has many civilizations. That continent does as well, but they tell you that all of them are not civilized so much as it's just kind of wild madness there. Everywhere, like the Durugma Wilds, everywhere there are wilds. Like there are different warlords that might take precedence at one point or another, but they're defeated soon after and taken over by a new set of power and a new group that rises within the east. The Oni run even further, even more rampant there because the Baoshan Oni don't have so much of a so much of the spread of control over that area. So they try to do what they can. They've sent some of their Oni over there to create new sects in eons, in ancient days and everything, but they don't cross over anymore. If there are Pale Oni over there doing their best to protect mortals and stop destruction and all that from Oni, they have not returned to report back, and so they have not sent out new ones. But they know that Jen seems to be descended from these very brave souls that have gone to the unheard of East, the untold of East. But yeah, some Oni go rogue as well, and since they go rogue and they have to go somewhere else, not on this continent that's pretty well protected, patrolled by the Pale Oni here, they might also go rogue and go to that continent instead, just because they can roam freely, not under the purview of the Baoshan Council.
So how do they determine that? Because his genetics would be the same, correct?
The genetics, basically, they're going by magic, honestly. They're using something like, probably spells like lore, legend lore, stuff like that, to discover his past in more of a magical sense of the discovery.
If
Not
they do that,
DNA. So
yeah,
much.
if they did that, wouldn't they be able to tell more about the people that are there?
Well, they know more about him, so not so much about the person that took him there.
Well, no, I'm saying more like his family or something like that.
From what they could tell, as far as family with the legend lore spells that they were able to cast the divination spells there, he was born of a Pale Oni over there, and amid the chaos of that place, she had been killed, and he had been taken as a child by a group of people there. They wouldn't have been able to recognize the group of people apart from them being Blue Oni, from what they were able to ascertain. And the Blue Oni there,
So he's like Gamora.
sold him off to you said Gamora?
He's like Gamora.
Yes. Equally sexy.
I'm trying to think of Gamora. I guess yeah,
The green
yeah.
one.
Sense.
His whatever was slaughtered, he was captured and raised as their own, and then
Well, they sold him off though.
They sold him off. Yeah.
yeah, he kills off Gamora. So same
The
difference.
Apparently
Too soon.
there is more travel on the in between. They're not sure if he was sold off on that continent or brought here to be sold off exactly, but he was handed off to the acolytes of Talon in that way. So his home is over there, though they're not sure if it's like civilized home or if she were rogue or
Slave traders
village
between
or
the continents?
anything.
Whoa.
What, Nathan?
They have slave traders within the continents? Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
What did you
Interesting.
say, Konari?
It's almost like an entire country's like economy is based off slavery. Alethkar.
Elfgar.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they're normally not giant behemoth beasts that could destroy an entire city by themselves. You know, generally
Not
they're
they
just-
know of.
Actually, they sell Goliath are one of the. Never mind.
yes,
Goliath are definitely within the.
They're one of the delicacies.
They're one of those gladiators, you know. They
Yeah,
probably
we are.
have Colosseums. Anyway.
why are we moving the mountains?
So all this to say, Jenyin is from this unnamed
Interesting.
place, the East. Capital.
Z.
And unfortunately, they do not have the name of his mother or anything like that. Though the ancestor that he descends from, they did know her name, and her name Banue, which means half moon.
Aw, can you spell that for me?
Banuwe. Banue.
Banwue.
Sorry. Yue. I don't know why W came out. Yue. Yue.
Ah.
Yeah. Yue. Her name means moon.
Aw.
But yeah,
It
Banwue.
means half moon or moon?
This person's name, Banwue, means half moon.
Okay.
Yue from Avatar. Her name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's so cute. I love it.
Jin Yin.
What does Jen Yin's name mean?
Jen Yin.
Yeah, she's never
Oh.
thought to ask because her name doesn't mean anything to her. So.
Oh no! I told you a long time ago what his name meant, and I don't have it written down here.
Oh no!
I do not
Okay.
recall. I'm pretty
It's
sure
okay.
it meant loyal plus something. I think it means loyal monster, but I'm not sure about that.
I called him a loyal monster.
Yin is a type of dark energy, so it's like loyal darkness almost.
Okay, can we take like 5 minutes real quick?
I was gonna ask if we could take a break because I have to
Just for-
eat and eat. But sorry.
Oh no, I meant just for Nathan's.
Oh
I thought Jen Yin was like a mentor to you.
no, honey.
The
Not
more it
really.
comes out, it seems more like a pet that you keep around, that you're like keeping alive.
Konari would kill you if you said that, but no,
You're not wrong.
he's
You're not wrong.
He's
So wait,
tough in
you're
his
not
own
right.
way. I
Do
mean,
you
like,
have a different mentor then?
no, she doesn't have a mentor.
Then
I mean, there was an acolyte
don't know
that
where I
liked
got
her
this.
who was
All-
a bad
the
guy.
entire time
gonna
we've
say-
been looking for him, I've had the idea that he was like an old mentor,
No,
got like cursed or something.
oh,
Was
No.
whatever.
he was
It
he was
depends.
someone else who got raised in the monastery for different purposes than Konari, but that was kept there basically and trained to be a monster, and she had to rescue him. Like that, he was her friend.
He was in okay. He was trained as an Oni.
Well, he isn't Oni, but they trained him to do monstrous things, basically.
No, I know, but I'm saying at that temple they trained him as an Oni, or was he pretending?
Sorry,
No, he only knew how to be an Oni.
Okay.
he is of a monstrous race.
Yes.
Is the concept, and they were using him as like a monster.
Making him more of a. They're
But
making
yes,
the
he
pit-
only
the
knew
pit
how to
bull
be
the
an Oni.
actual-
Yeah,
He didn't know how to do anything else at that point. No one had ever taught him how.
like in
You don't
that
have
same
any
way,
mentor?
like you know the whole
I-
like starving the pit bulls, so it's really mean, and
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
setting it up to like attack other dogs and stuff. Like that's
There
what they're.
was, like Liz said, there was an acolyte master kind of guy who liked her well enough, but he was still a bad person, and
I
didn't
don't know
maybe
why I
treat her
had this
well.
idea. I guess
Mhm.
everything you said would always just be like, I don't know. I don't know why I
It
had this.
vibes the meanness of this guy, like the mentor that you did have, so to speak, was very much like the mentor that like punches you until you can't get up again, but then is expecting you to get up again. And then when you do, he's like, I'm proud of you, but punches you and like breaks your leg that time and is like, I'm very proud of you and everything. And like, but it's just such a bad,
such abusive.
so bad
yeah.
news, but it's also like the way you survived in a sense because you were blind. No one else cared to give you the time of day for the most part. So he did take it of himself to train a blind one who he thought had potential, but he didn't like Stick for Daredevil. If you guys ever watched Daredevil, like he was totally like
You don't
he was
watch
totally
that.
mean to the guy, but like
Stick vibes. Stick's a jerk.
Stick's a jerk. Mm-hmm.
He's literally the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Literally the worst.
Welcome to the
Anyway.
monastery. No, literally the worst. I'm just kidding.
Literally the worst.
I
5
think
minutes break. What'd you say? Go
if
ahead,
it's
ask.
okay, once we get to Nemo, I'm probably gonna go to bed because I have a raging headache.
Aw.
Rage. I'll probably still have you guys like listening, but I need to like lie down. But I think because Shy's not gonna do anything, he's gonna be like, because Liz won't let me have my picnic story.
No, I said we could have it. I just thought you were joking all the times that you mentioned it. I thought you were being
I
facetious.
said this when
then
he
you were like,
first
You want a
came
beach
around.
episode with a picnic going on? Is that what you want?
Well, he
No,
wanted
when
Shy
I first
to have met
created
Nemo.
Shy, when I
Like
first created
actually to have
Shy,
met and had lunch
I
together.
put in my description, I said there was a time where he met a little boy that got lost in the woods who was going to find a library or something. and he has no idea who it is, but like that's Nemo.
I thought if
So
you
you
had
want to have
mentioned
a
It's always like-
conversation
I
with
thought
yourself?
you were making a new NPC. There's this random boy in the woods or something. But then later when you mentioned, yeah, he's met Nemo, I thought you were joking. And then anytime you brought it up, I thought you were just, oh yeah, he totally knows Nemo. Because that would be hilarious, being my 2 player characters are both know each other. That's crazy. Ha ha ha. But it wasn't serious. And everything was my perspective. If you want it to happen, sure, we can make it happen and everything. I just think it's very unlikely. Okay, they're from definitely different worlds and completely different areas.
Shy travels around.
He
You think
doesn't
Shy's-
travel that far. He travels, but he's not hopping across the continent.
That you know.
As a low-level
What, you
regular
watched them
character
since
that
you were
has
born?
no
Huh?
capability of flying or teleporting places. Anyway.
Aaron, you want to go before they start like fight love
Kissing?
thing that they do? Yeah, they start making out.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
5 minutes.
Thanks.
Nathan. Oh, you guys can go. I was just gonna say, Nathan, I was telling mom and dad about you and me when we were talking over our little Bible study thing and us arguing over who was the party goer and who was the homebody and everything.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, he said he's the party goer and I'm the homebody. And they're like, what? I was like, that's what I said. And my dad's like, what is he even saying? And my mom's like, no, I don't understand. And then Amber's like, what? What does that even mean? I'm like, I don't even know what he's thinking.
How they don't even really know me that well.
They know you. Oh my goodness, they know you. I know you. And I said, what? My goodness. Here, if you want, we'll say to the friends and be like, do you think Nathan or I are the party goer or the homebody? And then we'll see what their answer is.
Well, yeah. We already had this conversation. Okay, bye.
I know, it's so funny. Okay, bye.
What text are you sending people? That's like. Oh, also, you haven't marked your who all you've sent invites to. You're muted, by the way.
I did. I highlighted them.
You what?
Did the highlights not show up for you?
You highlighted them?
Uh-huh.
You did it on the guest list. Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna do it, and I can't get the target registry page to work.
What do you mean?
It won't show up in the on our main page.
Oh no, it's there. I can access it, and JFIA was able to access it last
How?
night. Okay, so are you on our website?
Yeah.
Arceo, let me just type it in. Arceo page, wedding. If you're on our website, Nathan, it's just on the registry page. There's the target registry, and it's right there, and you tap on it, and it sends you there.
Hyperlink doesn't go anywhere.
It's not the hyperlink. It's on.
You hit
Here.
see registry, it doesn't go anywhere.
Well, it sent me there. I went there.
Okay.
JFIA was able to yesterday too, so I think it might just be your computer.
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, hi guys.
Aaron, does Jared like kimchi?
Yeah.
He probably would like these bulgogi smash tacos that we made. They're really good.
Would you send me the recipe, Izzy? I would love to do that.
Send me that recipe.
It's a spicy
He most
mayo
definitely
and
would.
a gochujang sauce, and then it's really good.
Gochujang. I love gochujang.
Yeah,
I
I'll
use
send it to you guys.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
he most certainly would.
I found his name, Izzy, on our messenger. It means loyal protector. That's what it means.
Aww, cute.
So
I'm here. I just washed my hands, so I'm listening.
Okay,
okay, bye.
back in this. Sorry, Danielle's texting me about bridal shower stuff. Sure. Up to you. LOL. Anyway, we're doing a bridal shower here in Vegas, so she just asked me about it. Anyway, so back on this, guys. So if you guys are interacting, okay, so that's what she discovers over Jinyan over a period of time there. Let's see. Other things, working on her feet thing, whatever she wants to do. And then for you two, going to the Ati. So I would assume Konari's not necessarily going with you guys. Karhala, you
Only if she wants.
only if she wants. Konari, you can let us know whether you're tagging.
Only if she has time to do that.
Mm-hmm. I would say probably yes. If they're gonna do some long extended thing along with them, probably not.
Okay. I'll travel with them and then go back. Yeah.
Pop in, pop out thing. And you're flying now, so you have the ability to get around town, really.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Ooh, can you send me the stuff for that sword at some point?
Oh yeah, here, let me just send that to you now. I actually did have it on here at the ready. I just didn't realize where. But I did have it under Shionwei's stuff. The Phantom Katana. Oh.
Hey Liz, do you
Yeah.
remember that beat I had sent you forever ago?
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Did I remember what that you sent me a long time ago?
I sent you a feat a while ago that I was contemplating picking up.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about taking it with the next level up.
Uh-huh. Did you
but
want to try for it here?
Possibly try for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Okay, so I would say basically the amount of time that you guys will have to dedicate to doing a feat on top of things. Your probable the time, I would say probably there's no more time for you guys to do big trips apart from the stuff that you guys are doing at this point. So you guys have the big trip to the tapestry, big trip to the Ati, your big trip with
Spend
the
time and get
Falchion.
upgrades.
For just training yourselves, because this is just the time
That was
you
all I
guys
had planned.
focus train. Yeah.
All I had on the agenda was working with the ethereal, and I kind of thought those would go hand in hand.
And it will. So that works out. Konari, I'll just send these to you in your secrets. And then so for your guys's Ati trip, as you guys go making your way through, who are you using to be the face of this visit here? Because you don't have a personal connection beyond your mother, but you don't you won't be the one who's able to like, hey, hello.
I would say probably. Ooh, she won't like that. Carholly is not going to be happy about it, but Thea. Most likely Thea.
Uh-huh. Okay. That is interesting. So the reconnection with the ethereal here. And although you are aware, Shy does know the Yati. So it could be him.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Shy.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're my
Okay.
family.
Yeah, no worries.
So they all really love me, actually. Like,
yeah, she would avoid Thea at all, like if she could.
Mm-hmm. The tribe themselves, they all do very much like Shy. They tried to actually pull Shy into the fold and make him one of the Yati, but he refused. Yeah, so funny. Yeah, but they all kind of like they all basically think that just meant his Taungeu was somewhere else, Anyway, so as you guys return make your ways for the first time to the Ati tribe, you guys have to traverse multiple different hills and just forestry and everything. It takes a good few months probably to get you guys deeper in. Raiden could, in theory, teleport you guys there, but he, unlike Emilios, is a little bit more wary of messing with border problems and stuff as a prince. Like the politics involved and him teleporting himself across
time and such
might be more dangerous for him and you guys. Anyway, so he was like, I can take you guys to basically where you guys originally entered, crossing the Dragma Wilds and making your way towards Tall, except you didn't from that angle because you guys hopped to the other side. So you guys enter from the side you would have entered in from way back when. And you guys come across multiple different tribes that were attacked and plundered at this point during the Druid Wars here. And things have somewhat smoothed over within the past few months because Adine and the Taylor priest that you guys had interacted with ended up giving a lot of the information to the council, to the religious leaders and the regent and everything about the truth of the matter and what was going on with the druids and such. So things are still a little bit simmering, but no more all-out war. The decree of war has not necessarily been rescinded, but there's not so much fighting going on. They're now opening the door for more peace talks of sorts. So you guys are not walking through a full-on battlefield. Instead, you guys are kind of trying to sneak your way through some peacetime. That is a factor, actually. Go ahead and give me your guys' stealth checks to see how stealthy this trip really is overall.
I cast Pass Without Trace.
There we go.
Oh, and our
Make your way through the woods.
travel time. Our
Mhm.
travel time is doubled as a
Oh
side note.
yeah, it's WAPT. So instead of as long of a trip as it could have been, WAPT coming in clutch again here.
So 24.
24, nice. You guys see some old haunts
20.
of Shies as you guys make your way through the woods here. Some different places. Oh, that cave I used to stay at, and that cave I used to stay at. I used to live near this lake for a couple of years, and I almost died from starvation in that area, but I actually caught a fish, so I didn't, etc., etc. Just different little parts of the forest that Shy grew up in here. Shy, what'd you get?
Oh, sorry. Was I rolling for that as well?
A stealth.
Oh, sorry. Was
here,
I
too.
rolling for that as well?
Sorry. Too many voices.
Are we each individually rolling for it?
Oh, your stealths?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to roll for
Namely,
this
I'm
here, or
more
are you
so
going to?
concerned. Oh, Jazz. He's coming. And Jen Yen, he's coming.
Wait, Jen Yen's coming with us?
Jenyan probably would actually stay with the Ati, unless the
That's a
Baoshin can't,
That
unless
is a good question.
he has nothing else
Yeah.
to learn from them.
Yeah, he I mean, I would say within the first like few months, maybe first 3 months, that's when you guys get to the extent of the information about him and his past. If he stays longer, it's just to like connect with that side of his.
Actually, no, Jenyan's gonna come because maybe we won't have time for that. I wanted to see Hung Won Jun.
Oh yeah, you guys are gonna.
Oh,
You guys
that
all
was
want to see
also-
Hung Won Jun. Yeah.
It was also on my itinerary.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll
Okay.
all go make a pit stop at Hung Won Jun's.
That
What?
is
On our way to the
interesting.
Abbey.
Okay,
Where's Hung Won Jun?
What?
so you guys.
Isn't he the destroyer?
No, that's Shinbei.
No.
Hung Won Jun is the guy who's helped us, the Oni that's been helping us for a long time. With his 2
Mhm.
little guys that flew on their swords, and one of them died.
He
I know.
resurrected a toll.
I offered
No, I
them
remember him now.
I offered them a soul that I had inside me to bring him back, but they said no. So I've still got this
I
soul
thought he
inside
was,
me.
like, friends with Raiden or something like that.
I don't think so.
Anyway, I got a 20 for plus the whatever for
So a 30?
Yeah.
I got 27.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. You guys are all great. Mainly I was just checking to see if you guys got a natural one or something. But yeah, you guys are fine. You guys don't start a new war by crossing the border of a very tentative peace here. And as you guys make your way through, it becomes a lot more green, a lot less desert the farther north you guys go. And you guys make your way into the territory of the tribes. You guys come across one group of the Ow tribe, Ow tribe with their running wolf forms and everything, all of their beast forms being the normal form for them. And like you guys run into like a group of bears at one point, a group of wolves at one point. You guys they have a lot of more small groups of wandering tribes members for their tribe. They don't have like a specific location like the Ati or the Dao. You guys do end up going through fighting actually off some Reo tribe members. But they actually you guys are attacked by them because you guys are kind of stepping into their territory, but they actually don't like full on just kill you, try to like fight to the death necessarily. They end up being talked down a bull, and you guys are able to kind of like get out of that without a full on them trying to kill you guys having to wipe them out necessarily. They seem to have new leadership and new rules on how to deal with trespassers and stuff. A little bit more talking involved than just immediately attacking without questions asked, you know? Anyway, you guys continue through until you guys get to these 2 tall, very high rising mountains, and in between which there's a waterfall that falls. This waterfall falls into creates a pond at the bottom of it where the water and the mist seems to shroud this civilization that's been built into the side of the rock face here. Within this waterfall here, You guys see this beautiful civilization that's been set up with this temple at the base of it, at the pond, at the base of the water, where the waterfall crashes into and creates this mist effect. And you guys see the rainbows, you guys see the reflecting lights. It is a beautiful place. The granary itself seems to make this entire place its own almost little piece of heaven, a little oasis within this forest where it's not necessarily beautiful so much as wild, and here it is truly beautiful. As you guys enter the Ati area, you guys are greeted with general. Shai takes you through one of the tribe's entrances, not an outsider's entrance, somewhere that the outsiders would know about, somewhere they come in from above, not from the sides, because of the dangers of the tribesmen protecting that angle far more thoroughly. Shai takes you guys through a path that is used by their own people, something he's familiar with. And when you guys end up on it and come across some other tribesmen who kind of freak out and end up like readying their weapons, getting ready to attack you guys, Shai would basically talk them down by saying, "What would you say, Shai, to these guys?" to talk them into letting some outsiders in, which they don't normally do, or they try not to do as much as they can.
Oh, it's okay, guys. This is my family.
They're so cute. They're so cute. Yeah, and they would probably let you guys in because they know Shai and they're familiar with the guardian of the present time. Shai, would you take your tapestry with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just carrying it around.
Never leave it.
And their eyes do track the tapestry. Everyone's familiar with it seemingly, and they nod to Shai in odd reverence for a very almost childlike individual as Shai is. But they all kind of give him a version of respect that you guys might not have expected. But yeah, so as you guys are let inside the Ati's civilization here, Shai, roll me a general charisma check.
Oh,
Make it persuasion.
Persuasion?
Mm-hmm. Just for the general.
If I was wearing the Eltress, I would have a 19. That's a 9.
Oh, dang. Yeah, so generally everyone seems to be pretty distrusting of your group, despite your reassurances and such. None of them seem to really despite their respect for you, they let them in. Everyone seems to be keeping their distance. So as you guys enter, like, most of the people recede and disappear into the trees, or disappear in a flutter of wings, or disappear into the foliage as squirrels or other kinds of creatures, as they all just take to the corners and keep an eye on you guys as you guys are entering. But you are led to the chieftain's tent. Not tent, but his cave within his dwelling within this entire place. You know that it would be customary to introduce him to any individuals being brought into the tribe, either him or his daughter, the chieftain's daughter. But at the moment, she seems to be out. Yeah, so you're brought to the chieftain's side. They rush you in, and tell the chieftain that you guys have some visitors. How would you introduce them?
Hi guys, this is Konari, this is Carhale. Carhale's my, sister, kind of half removed. She's related to you guys. Her mom is related to you guys, so she is too. And Konari's blind, but she gets mad if you say anything about it, so I wouldn't, do anything, because she might punch you, and she punches very hard. And she's got a cool new sword too, so she might slice your hand off if you don't touch her.
All of these tribe members, all of them are painted. Most of them are shirtless. They're wearing these waistcloth kind of tunic things, skirt tunic things. And most of them are these different symbols painted on in bright blue paint, this cerulean blue. And the individual that had let you guys in, he's got like his hair braided back, a very tough exterior, very gruff, but he does seem to show Shy some form of respect here. Not even necessarily condescending, just gruff in general. And he, as Shy is describing this, he kind of cocks his head at all of you, and he's gonna give Konari a once over of like just sizing you up. My goodness. Okay. He goes, I doubt you could actually take my hand in a battle one-on-one. But he turns back. And it's not even like meant in a condescending way. It's more like almost a friendly way. It feels more friendly, jokesy friendly. But he turns from you, Shy, and he goes, this, and he bangs a long stick, this club that he uses seems to be his main weapon. He bangs it on the ground a little bit, and he goes, this is our chief. And he waves you guys into this cave. He goes, Chief Tokala Sani Tasela. And as he describes him, you guys see this chieftain who has a bright blue flame-like, not flame-like, literal flames coming off of his face in this long, almost braided looking beard of flames. He has this long, bright blue flaming hair cascading down his shoulders as he sits, and this hair that seems to be touching clothing that's resting on his body does not seem to catch. It's almost as though it's not true flame in a sense. He leans up against on almost a rock. It's not a raised stage at all. This is just his home dwelling. He's sitting on the floor on a small mat rolled out. The similar design work of the tapestry itself is the design work of the rug that's woven beneath him. You guys see him leaning forward. His eyes are crinkled shut. He seems to be so old. Crinkled skin. The flames themselves being the most lively aspect of this old chieftain. He leans forward, and he is very small. He's probably maybe in his prime. He used to be about 5'11", something like that. Now he is around like 5'4" in his old age, crinkled up, hunched over body, and his folded legs at the bottom seem very thin. All of him seems very thin at this point. As you guys come in, he greets you guys with a smile. His flames seem to grow a little brighter. He goes, come in, Shy. It has been a long time since you have graced us with your presence, our guardian. And he waves you guys in. I am glad you bring new family to introduce to old family. And he does welcome you guys. He waves off the warrior that had led you guys in. He goes, bring us something to drink, some fruit to eat. Let us bless these individuals as guests of the Ati. And he goes, my apologies for my daughter's absence at the moment. She should be here soon. Perhaps she goes off on her own sometimes. She is a wild one. And he beckons you forward, actually, Karhale. Points at you. You. Shai says you are of our homeland, of the Ati. Is that true?
Kind of ish. Not. I've never actually been here, but my mother is Inora Jasper. She was raised here.
I see. Inora Jasper. Inora. It has been years since we have seen her.
Like me, shorter, no stripes.
He looks you up and down. He looks up and up and up. Sit down. Sit down.
Oh. What?
And even then, you're still so much taller than this guy. But he goes, looks at you. Yes, I believe I see the echoes of your mother in you. It is good you have returned here. And he leans forward, pats your hand with his very thin, wrinkled, one gnarled knuckles and all. Leans back. he has this long staff with these decorations. It's decorated with all types of things, like pieces of fur, pieces of feathers sticking out of different parts, different beads wrapped around it, different pieces of cloth wrapped around it, all kinds of things that probably hold a wealth of meaning to them, all wrapped around this large staff. And at the top of it, you guys see a emerald that's no, not an emerald, it's a sapphire. This blue crystal that's sitting on the top of it, or this blue gemstone that's sitting on top of it. He leans into you, and his eyes are this same fiery blue that's reflected in the beard that's burning merrily in front of you. And he smiles at you with a very warm, especially coming from this fiery chieftain. And he goes, tell me about her adventures, all the things she has done. Is she a great warrior? Has she found her Tahungeo?
I think she did.
Then her choice was the right one. He pulls down the staff and he lays it across his lap, leans towards you a little bit. You seem troubled, little one.
Where to start with that? Yeah, there's a lot going on up here. And now that I'm kind of here, I don't know what to say now.
Though I see a haze over your spirit as the storm cloud covers the sun, I do also see a different source of light for you. A warmth that seems to follow you in shadows and in spirits. I feel other presences that back you.
Oh, yes. I've not been officially set on a Tahungeu, but I am. It was called Unbound, and I'm a champion of the Protector and of the Wayfinder.
He leans forward. I believe we have different names, but I recognize who you speak of. That is good. And he leans forward. I do not believe you have found your way yet, little cub.
Yep.
But perhaps you are getting there.
I know the path the earth has shown to me is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. And that's why I'm here.
What do you ask of us, Shy Sprout's family?
The Ministry of Tal is a blight on this land, as you've kind of found out, unfortunately. If they have their way, they'll wipe out any trace of magic in people. If
I have experience. They took my daughter once, long ago. But she was saved by the same people. They are not all evil, young Kahale.
She kind of looks back up to Jaskier, who's probably like standing in the corner.
Yeah.
I did find that one out the hard way.
Oh, he goes, so what do you ask of me, Miss Kahale?
Well, if The gods are going to let this continent go to Shishan. I'm not going to just sit around and let it happen. The darkness is coming, and I'm going to do what I can to stop it. But the ethereal, the ones who brought your daughter back, I understand. They dwindle, and I wish to help them rebuild. If I could seek your aid in that, it would be appreciated in trying to help those who wish to escape the ministry be able to do so, to live in peace.
He turns to you, Shy, and he goes, Shy Sprout, you have traveled with these individuals for a time now.
Yeah, I have.
Well then, what is your opinion of their strength and will for this? Would I extend my peoples to help? Would that put our people at risk? Or would that be a wise decision?
Well, I mean, Kahale is kind of like the honorary leader of her tribe and stuff, so I'd say she kind of knows like what risk means to take, because obviously there's always going to be risk, and like you probably should be like not late, bring all the kids and it's not a family vacation or anything like that, but I think she's pretty good in honor and will and duty and power and strength and will, whatever. But I mean, it's your own decision. And then Konari, she's pretty good too. I mean, she takes care of her friend, and she sought him out for like years and years and years, and like killed a bunch of people to try and find him, and like unearthed undead like deity thingy, and like sent him packing or something. I don't exactly know what we did there, but it was
Just to
pretty...
clarify, there is great risk that I'm asking you to take on, but I don't ask you to take it lightly. It is a great risk, but to protect the innocents, we take risks upon ourselves.
You, as he's going between, his eyes seem to bounce between all of you guys, namely Shy's very interesting retellings of past occurrences here, and it goes up and down. His facial expressions are like and he seems to be listening to all this. But as it's happening, Konari, roll me a perception check.
21.
21? Okay, so you do notice this as it's happening, so it's up to you how to react. You hear these finest footprints across the stone of this little cave that is the chieftain's. You hear the rustle of movement, the rustle of clothing brushing against itself, and you hear the sound almost of formless, heatless flames crackling behind you as you feel an individual creep up behind you, and almost of a threatening nature.
Kanari's like, crap, it's another red Oni. I'm gonna pull my sword out and swing around, just kind of turn around and see what's going on.
You whip out your katana, turning around on whoever it was creeping up on you. They had a blade out as well, and your blade meets their blade in a ting that reverberates in the entire cave, and you are greeted by this warmth that seems to emanate, almost like the flame warmth that you could feel coming off of the chieftain. You feel it blazing in front of you, fiery, as though if you touched it, it would burn. It would catch your clothing on fire. And you guys see an individual, young, dark-skinned, with this flaming blue hair, like an entire mane, like brave style Meredith mane of curly blue fire hair that seems to be rising and flickering and sparking toward the ceiling here. And she looks at you, Konari, with definite disgruntled uh, aggression, but more protective aggression, like you are a threat to this area, which is her home. And you see the chieftain's daughter, this Tala Atsila Nahale, who is flaming, burning bright in front of you here. She has her sword out. It's more of a saber, more of their type of curved blade here, blocking yours. As she looks down at it, looks up at you, squints her eyes in suspicion. She goes, "What exactly are you? And why were you allowed in?" And she turns, "Grandfather, what is this?" And
Okay, Tal.
I whip back to Konari. Konari, I told you to behave.
She has a blade. She's coming after us. What do you want me to do?
her eyes jump to the side. "Oh, hey, Shy. Wait, Shy, what are you doing here?" And her blade is out. She's like, who are you? Why are you here? Why do you smell of what you do? You smell of evil. And she goes, "Shy, why are you consorting with Shaitan?"
We're in the middle of the desert. I
you'll
can't shower often. Sorry, go ahead.
You'll see my lantern with the bars. You see all the pixies are like holding the bars like.
Oh, you have a little lantern. Cute. Who do you have with you? I think you have 3, right? You can only have 3.
4. Oh, I
4?
don't remember. I didn't
Oh,
pick.
Attila also knows Jaskier.
she's looking behind Konari. She's like total disgruntled, like threat level, full on focus on you. I don't think she noticed Jaskier right away, but she does take in the rest of the group now that she sees Shy, and she's like, "Shy, grandfather, what is this? What is going on?" And then she sees Jaskier and she goes, You bring this into our tribe? This is. And she's going to make a play to try to grapple you, Konari. Roll me an acrobatics or athletics check in defense as she rolls one to attack. So she leaps at you, trying to like pull your arm behind your back, grapple your arm so that you can't move.
I am going to cast Entangle between them.
16 DM.
16. Okay, you just barely passed as she yanks you into a hold that you're unfamiliar with. This seems to be a style of movement that you haven't experienced so much before, but you're familiar with wrestling, grappling with anyone else in the monastery. You guys have your own styles. So in a way, in a break that she's not familiar with, similarly, you pull your way out of it and throw her off and back off again. Like hands up, her hands are up and she's like ready. She's got this dagger pulled to the side, and then you see these vines and these beautiful vines shooting up out of the ground between you guys, shooting up almost like splayed hands or webbing that's trying to like grab and snag at you guys, throwing you guys, and you guys both like stumble back away from it, since it wasn't
like just trying to divide them.
Yeah. So you guys both stumble away from it as it seems to be like reaching for you, almost trying to pull you down. But it wasn't focused on you so much, so you guys don't have to roll to save. But you guys,
I didn't do anything this time. She started it. She's like backing up.
You started it by smelling of evil in my homeland. And she goes,
Konari, it's not that sword. Is that sword evil?
I don't know.
Did you pick up another evil sword?
Now that you mentioned it, Karhale, she does have another sword on her waist. She's got 3 now.
We've talked about this. What have I told you about picking up evil swords?
I don't think that's what's evil.
Not to.
The Daoshan tribe let me have it. Why let me have it if it's evil?
The Baoshan let you have this.
Yeah, they gave it to me. They said that it was like that they trusted me to have it.
You can hear the little whispering
You swear?
sprites from your lantern shy, and they're all like, "Yeah, she definitely smells a lot worse now." All of them are whispering, "Yeah."
Swear it to me.
They let me have it, and she'll swear it to you. They did. I didn't steal it or nothing. Well, I stole it from Red Oni, but not the good Oni, not the pale Oni.
Okay, so
Tasala,
just to clarify,
I
she has a
allowed
dual sword. She is fine.
I accepted their entrance. It was my decision. Sit, sit, sit. Do not burn so wildly. It is not even 4 in the evening yet. And her hair seems to settle a bit. She's still kind of eyes. You can sense that like her focus is in your direction. She seems to kind of like circling you, keeping not necessarily a distance from you. It's almost as though she circles to sit between you and her grandfather, as she sits lotus style on the floor as well. And she goes, "You, guardian, why'd you bring such a thing into our home?"
Well, I mean, she's not evil or anything.
I told everyone you should not trust what he says. He is naive and he will do stuff like this. You
Well,
think
no.
everyone is good. You think every creature is good, but that is not true.
They're all my family, and then Konari, she's related to these guys.
Which guys?
And she looks at the little ghost lamp that you have, and she, what does that mean? And her grandfather,
we still don't know.
he doesn't seem to answer. He just hums, and his beard crackles. She turns back to the rest.
You know, shy.
Besides, do you think if she was evil that I wouldn't have killed her by now?
I don't trust that you would have. What about that great creature of multiple creatures? That one was very, very dangerous, and yet you took it in.
Oh, just because they're dangerous doesn't mean they're evil. I mean, Konari's very dangerous. That's why we keep her around. But she's not.
And that is why I shall keep my eye on her.
I
am watching you, and if you step one toe out of line in my home, I will. I don't even want to say in front of my grandfather. And
I'm gonna mildly with her and
finish
say,
the sentence. I love you.
Konari's gonna mildly with her say, "You can watch my ass as I knock you out."
She stands up like all aggressively, is about to like go hand to hand combat with you. Like she's jumping into your space and everything. And her grandfather throws up a hand. He like almost reaches out to grab her, but she's too small and like it wouldn't really hold back this like fully muscular toned woman at this point. But she sees the hand that's flicked up in her direction and she sits back down again, staring at you, very growly. You can feel this growl that sounds more animalistic than it does human, coming from her. It sounds more like the blaze of a fire than it does even of like a wolf's growl. But she sits down and she goes, "I don't know if you can trust these people who travel with an individual that has an aura of hers. It's just, grandfather, can you not feel it?" And he goes, "Of course I feel it, Tasala. Calm yourself, calm. Some individuals have things going on with them and their souls that we cannot judge unless we know the full picture." And he leans to you all. "I see as you speak, and I see the necessity." And he motions toward Jaskier, who's still hanging kind of in the mouth of the cave. And Tasala sends like a stink eye in his direction. She goes, "You are bringing too many outsiders here, Jaskier." And he kind of bristles a little bit and he goes, "I'm not the one who brought the last one. That was Thea. And as far as I know, you were totally okay with that." And she goes, We are yet to see whether that mage that you brought brings more mayhem to our people. And she kind of bites off the rest of what she was going to say. But she turns back to the rest of you. I vote no, grandfather. I can't trust individuals that would travel with her. Someone who smells of the chindi.
Okay, now hold on.
Does she not see Jenyen? Sorry, go ahead, Carl.
Oh, Jenyen did come? I thought he didn't come.
No, he
I
was going to come if we're going to go see Hongwon Jun, which we said we're going to.
Let's say that.
I could have left him outside if that was going to be offensive.
Oh yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know he was there.
I didn't know Jenyen was there.
Oh, well then he's off
My bad.
doing something. We'll catch up with him to go talk to Hongwon Jun.
Berries.
Fine.
Maybe when you guys initially approached all the warriors, they had initially like whipped out arms, like been about to fight Jenyen because he was an Oni and they all like fight Oni.
Yeah.
But then Jenyen kind of like backed off. Shai was like, hey, they're my friends, and they probably refused to let Jenyen in.
Fair enough. So yeah, he's off doing whatever. It's fine. Yeah,
hanging out on the outskirts of the borders there, and
sorry,
Aaron. poor Jenyen. But they go, yeah. Anyway, yes, but that was her opinion or whatever, and the grandfather goes, please, Kahale Bezbane. I would like to know why your friend smells of what we expect to be evil. And I would like to know what you would ask of my people in the rebuilding of your ethereal and the effects of what Tal does on us. It does affect our people, but not enough that I would send mine into the country where they might begin a new war between our people and theirs. What would you expect of us in this request you make?
My request would not be for new recruits. It would be for a place to bring the Mageborn children and possibly a means of transporting them. I know you have access to some people who can teleport to be able to get them out of the country. And let it be noted, we don't necessarily need to bring them to the Ati tribe. We could set up a secondary location that we could bring them to, a second safe house that a druid might meet the ethereal to transport them. It would be risk, granted, but the risk would be as minimized as I could make it. I'd like to help Tal as much as I can without endangering the Ati. And to address the other concern, not all Chindi are evil, just as not all druids are good.
He nods solemnly to this. Tasala, are you casting aspersions on our people?
Yes. Are you asserting that every single person that has ever been Ati was completely morally upright?
And she kind of gets all up in the flames burning and her fury rising, but then there's a behind her. She settles down, her hair sinks down. She goes, fine. We have history of ancestors doing less than savory things. Yes. But we do not have the natural inclinations to evil deeds as someone of her ilk.
I would beg to differ. Being a good person is hard.
And
Do you not struggle? Do you not struggle to bite your tongue when someone insults you? You don't have the tendency to get riled?
her hair flames rise up just a little bit, and she goes, I am next in line to be chieftain. Of course I don't struggle with that. And there's that that haze of just boasting, or not boasting, but talking up something that is not true. And her grandfather behind her seems to chuckle, and she settles down a little bit. Her flames seem to shift in a color, a little bit damper, and they're blue. She goes, perhaps when I was younger, but now I am, and she looks back at the grandfather, holding my flames a little bit smaller, not letting them rise and burn as merrily. Sits down. Perhaps what you say is true. We will judge based on action. And her grandfather nods.
My friend Konari has felled not 1 or 2, but 4 Oni that were terrorizing pretty much the entire continent. She is a blade, sharp and dangerous, but no more evil than any tool could be. She's actually surprisingly well balanced given her circumstances. Like, she honestly should really be a lot worse.
Jaskier nods very in far deep agreement. But with that, Tasala, she's about to say something else, probably more in the aggressive nature, and the grandfather holds up a hand. He goes, perhaps we can begin with your plans, Kahale. Perhaps help our brothers and sisters, even in Tal. Give them a refuge that they could find here. She turns to Shai. You know of refuges, Shai. And he turns back to you guys.
Yeah, and Konari knows about refuges too. One of her best friends is an Oni, and she let him get refuge.
And Tasala, see, grandfather,
But no, she can't be evil, because if she was evil and she had like an evil best friend, then obviously, or she, sorry.
you forget, Tasala. Before you were born, there was an immortal that found their way here, stopped a raid of these red monsters, and stopped them in their tracks. He was a protector, not a destroyer. I know in my heart of hearts, he was not evil, though he may have smelled of it. And he nods to Konari. We shall trust on the backing of your friends, our guardians, as well as a proxy ancestor of ours, relative of sorts. And he nods to you, Karhale, a bit of a half smile there. You are almost family. Perhaps tell your mother that she does not have to abide by the old rules, the old laws. They are old. We'd love to see her again. And turns to Tasala. And remember, Tasala, you have to be as willing to accept as any animal in this forest. Do not be as close-minded as I have been in the lost. There's like a bit of a personal communication there. And he goes, we shall move forward with a new plan. And nods to Jaskier. Perhaps the ethereal can bring us new children to add to our ranks, to our family, to replace those we lost. And he calls to the warrior who's still standing on the outside of the mouth of the cave here. Bring a dahi. Perhaps he can work with them. And the guy disappears, seemingly to go fetch another warrior here. And
don't we know an Adahi, guys?
Yes, we do.
No, Konari's asking, like,
Don't we know an Adahi?
Yeah. Oh wait, she kind of she kind of yells after the guy who went to go get him. Ask Dahi if he's seen any nice puppies lately.
nice puppies?
or puppies?
Poppies.
Poppies like the flowers?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened with
Okay, way back when he
The poppies
us
for the
with that field. The
field
field
of
of flowers
poppies.
that were like
Ooh.
drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the drug
Yeah.
flowers.
Any new poppies lately? This guy nods, confused, disappears. Tasala, you know Adahianu?
Andahianu.
I have a lot of friends.
Yeah,
Friends
I
with
named this
grandfather?
snake after him, actually. Like, pulls up their little snake.
Little snake that pulls up out of your sleeve that's just been hanging around all these adventures. I love it.
She
And
feeds
Adahi
him the occasional mice.
kisses. She leans in. Instead of, most individuals, Konari, when you bring out Dahi, they normally like stutter back a little nervous. For her, the fact that you're carrying the snake that seems to accept you as one of its own or whatever brings her closer in a sense. Like she leans in, and like in the same way someone who discovers that you guys have a book in common or a movie or a fandom in common or something, that same way she's like, animals like you, that must mean you are not as evil as you smell. She goes, perhaps we can get along. And she like entire 180 just because of this silly little snake that's on your shoulder. And she leans in, she goes, and the grandfather just kind of chuckles underneath his breath. And eventually you guys are brought into the tribe. You guys are invited to eat with them. You guys reconverge with Adahi Anu, who is delighted to see that you have named a snake after him. Finds it very amusing because of that fight with you and me.
I mean, yeah, that kind of was the whole point.
Reminiscing. And he goes, a lot of amusement here. A little bit of surprise at your new presence, Konari. There's a bit of wariness, but there is still the camaraderie and the reminiscence there.
What? Do I just need to like not talk to anybody ever anymore? Like, people already didn't like me,
Yes.
so it's fine.
I don't know. Maybe you could try being likable.
They already make up their minds before I even say anything.
I was talking about more in general. You could try being nicer to people.
But you guys are basically befriended into the tribe beyond the initial negative first impression that Konari gives off. People do settle into it, as Tasala seems to think you're okay now because of Adahi the snake. And Shy, you are greeted by Hania, who comes over to see how you're doing. Yeah, Hania himself being delightfully delighted that you have these new friends. He invites you guys all out to a ritual out in the woods.
That sounds really suspicious, honestly.
Does it? And Shy, you're not
Is it a
unused
full
to
moon
this.
tonight?
Adahi
Or
goes, you know what? I would, but not tonight. I'm on first watch. I can't do it. And Hanya's, that's okay, that's okay. But how about you three, some friends of Shy's? And he's like, big burly shoulders, comes around you guys, kind of claps you guys on the shoulders. Perhaps we could have a ritual out in the woods. It will bring us good camaraderie. We will become closer, bonded as brothers in the spirits of the earth, you know. And he goes, and perhaps it will clean you up a little bit. And he's looking at you, Konari. All of this.
If this is one of those wild orgies that we heard about from the far off lands, I don't really want to be a part of that.
Oh no, wild orgies only happen on full moons.
Is tonight a full moon?
And he looks out
She's
the
blind.
outside of the cave. And he goes, close call. We almost had it. We almost did. And he bumps your guys' shoulders a little
Leans
bit.
over to Carhale. We're gonna be gone in 2 days before that full moon happens.
And Shy, Hanya seems very invested in what you've discovered about about the tapestry and its insides in the mountains. When you share the information and you ask him to come along, he is very much involved, like very much down to clown. Though it is serious, very much down to clown with you. So he is very much down to come. And yeah, Adahi seems a little bit surprised that well, actually, Adahi comes to you at one point, Shy, and scolds you for bringing outsiders into the tribe just so easily. And he's like, kind of the same scolding that Tasala gave originally, but since they're already here and the chief has already kind of given you guys his stamp of approval here, everything is under the bridge anyway. But
they're
you
my
guys will
family.
stay
You
here
wouldn't.
for a couple weeks and enjoy the surroundings, the beautiful oasis of this waterfall and this people. Shy, what'd you say?
Oh, nothing. Doesn't matter.
Oh,
You get to enjoy a full moon while we're out here.
Konari would go spend every night outside of the camp, though, with Jenyin.
oh, you leave like go sleep outside of the camp.
Yeah,
Poor Tinian.
it's okay.
For the
But-
record, I don't think you've gotten the sheer scale of the Ati. It's a city.
Mhm.
It's not like a little tribe. It's a full city.
She'll still
Yeah,
leave the
huge.
city.
Yeah, it is a full city built into the side of this mountain face. So,
Well,
so
no, I
Jinyan
didn't
is
realize how big
outside
it is.
basically where this it would probably be like a day's travel kind of like about that amount. I mean, if you're running
She's
and you're
roughing it.
detailing it, yeah, he's
She's
roughing it
also
out.
Kanari's got a sword.
Mhm.
Yes.
But at this point, it's
Say that
been
too.
months since he's been free and everything. You guys have been teaching him how to travel and how to like make his own camp and stuff like that. And he's okay. He's honestly, if he has the stars above him and he has the like the grass beneath him, he is cool. He is so happy just to be outside. You know, like he enjoys that. He much prefers being outside than being in a building. To be honest,
Fair
he's
enough.
a little claustrophobic these days.
I think you're really not helping Nathan's perception of him by describing him like a golden retriever.
Okay, he's not, but Konari feels like she has to like protect him. Like she's like he can take care of himself.
You describe him like a sentient golden retriever.
Liz, I just sent you a
It's
text.
true. It's true because that's how
It
Konari.
is true. Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, it is definitely true. His name means loyal protector. I think of him more of like German Shepherd vibes.
Oh, I mean, he's definitely tough, like a tough guy. You know what I mean? Like he
Yeah,
can take care of himself. He's super tough. But Konari's like, I have to protect him with my life. He needs to be watched over. Even though he's like 3 times, he's huge and you know is strong.
Shy, roll me a stealth check, and I'll roll a stealth check too.
If anyone's a golden retriever, it's Jaskier though. Like really.
16.
Here is the golden retriever between the two of them. What'd you say, Shy?
16.
16. Okay. 16, and he got a dirty 20. So at one point, Konari, before as some of the evenings, so they end up holding a feast for you guys while you guys are here, like a guest feast. The feast itself is not so much feast like as much as just a meal where everyone's eating together. So everyone brings their food out down to the lower grounds and such, and amid where the water is, the different tribesmen all in a line, they all put their hands to the ground, and you guys feel this rumbling in the ground as they raise up the ground where the water comes to about your guys' ankles, at this like bottom pond area where there's this stone platform. It's almost like a stone plateau that's right beneath the surface of the water, where the waterfall what the waterfall is bringing down into this large pond here. There's this cylinder of stone where a temple sits, and that temple normally sits on this platform of stone that's just beneath the water. They bring that platform up so that it is now an inch above the water, to where the water all runs off of it. It's still a little damp, but then the different druids all in a line walk across it, prestidigitation. Some of them prestidigitation, some of them are just water shaping and moving the water off, like cleaning it all off so that all the individuals of the tribe can come sit at the bottom of this entire civilization and eat out in the open here, all together, all as one. And the chief sitting at the steps of the temple itself, looking down over everyone as you guys are surrounded by the mists of this beautiful waterfall here. You guys sit out there, and during the feasting itself, you notice Shy waving at you on the far side of the festivities and stuff, like out in the corner, probably mostly no, not waving his arms, you can't see. No, you hear him whispering like psst, 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 or some sort of like call, like some sort of animal call that you're familiar with at this point, because you guys have been traveling together for weeks and the stats, just months at this point. So definitely you recognize
a bird call.
Yeah, a bird call that's like, oh,
very specific bird.
Very specific bird. I like it. And Shy's call to you, and you kind of, out of confusion, make your way over there. Actually, you guys probably have like different levels of like, oh, this is danger. Oh, hey, I just want your attention, or something like that. What kind of bird call would you send, Shy? Like, what does it mean?
It's probably a flamingo.
She meant like what level of urgency?
I meant level of urgency.
It's like,
you're like, why is there flamingo?
It's not emergency.
Okay, so it's just a general like, acknowledge me, senpai call, and you hear it and eventually disengage from the people that are interacting with you. Past the first day of general wariness and such, everyone seems to take to you pretty well. They think you're amusing and they think you're interesting, and a lot of them are like, "Ooh, teach us how to do that thing that you did right then." And you and Adahi probably do some sort of like more wrestling for the people and doing it for the audience rather than actually wrestling kind of thing. Showy situation. He's like, oh, and then I turned into a snake, climbed up her staff, and we'll do it right now. We'll show everyone. And like very much showing off to, and just because he's like good friends with you and seems to get you, everyone else seems to soften up towards you, and there's no more wariness after the first day or so. And but yeah, at this height of the feasting, and you disengage eventually, and you're like, oh, hold on, Adahi, I gonna go out. Nature calls, you know. And as you step off to the side, you find Shy. Shy's like,
what? Shy?
Wait, what?
What, Shy? What do you want?
You called us over here. What do you mean, what?
Oh, Carl, you're here too. Oh.
He steps out on the side.
Fine, I'll leave. She goes,
Jess is like waving you back.
Fine, I'll leave. And she paces out.
Oh no, I wasn't saying you had to leave.
Too late. You made her leave. What is it, Shy?
You didn't bring any extra chicken wings?
Why would I bring you chicken wings?
I was gonna introduce him to all the cool food.
Who?
Jenyan.
And you
What
see
do you-
Jenny Ann like leaning. Well, you sense Jenny Ann like coming out from behind like some of the bushes and everything, like hunched down. He's shrunken himself. He looks. You can tell who he is because you just know him. You know his scent.
Yeah.
But you can tell he's in a different form right now. He's very small and Karhale. If you looked back, you would see just a random tribesman like kind of hovering behind Shy at the moment. And you're like, I wonder what's going on over there as you're like walking away, and Jas is waving you back to the circle of dancing as they're teaching you guys one of their dances with the tribe for the feast itself. The music is starting to begin, and he's like, hurry, come back. You're probably gonna get this better than I am, but I'm giving it a try. Anyway, yeah. And you come back in, and they teach you guys some steps. But Shy, you have Jen Yen hovering behind you, and he goes,
Yeah, so
Shy, are you sure I should be here?
yeah, so I think if you just like hang around for a little bit, people will get like comfortable with you being around, and then I can introduce you to my friend. He's the chieftain guy. And then once you're friends with him, then you can come around all the time.
Shy. If they figure out that he's an Oni, they will try to kill him. And as much as we are tough, we can't take on a whole city.
If they figure out he's an Oni, then I'll just turn really big, and then they'll have to beat me first because I'm more scary.
You know, I will let you die. That's fair. But that won't put him off for long.
Don't worry, I have my escape plan.
Jinyan puts his large palm. I guess it's not so large now, but it's heavy because his density is the same density. His mass is the same mass. But he puts his hand on your shoulder, Shy, and he goes, I appreciate the effort, Shy. I do not believe it is the wisest for me to be here. It is good to see you.
You have to try the chicken at least first.
Fine, Shy. Get some chicken wings. Bring them over to him.
Okay, well, no, he can come
He
with
does seem interested in the food, actually. He goes, perhaps for a few minutes.
Yeah, just a few minutes.
These people say they can smell us, okay?
Yeah, but you've been here a
I
long
suppose I
time.
should
Your
explain.
scent, no, you've been here a long time, so your scent is kind of like wafting, and so it's gonna confuse them all.
You're saying my scent will overpower. They won't trigger a new Oni scent.
Yeah, I think
Perhaps
so.
if I stay at Konari's side, they would assume what they smell of me is you.
Yeah, exactly, like a little pet. Yeah.
A little pet? He's not my pet.
He
No, I
cocks
know,
his
he's just pretending to be a little pet.
Is a pet someone you keep inside your tapestry, like those you keep in your tapestry?
No, I don't keep my pets in there. I don't really have pets. Only my family.
A dahi is a pet. Jenyin is his own person.
Shy, as she motions toward her shoulder, you see above her shoulder a dahi dancing in the circle of tribal dancers, and you're like,
And you're
why
like,
is he?
yeah, maybe.
You're like, the full moon hasn't happened yet.
Ooh, okay.
I'm just kidding. Hania was totally joking, Shy, as a side note. Hania was totally
Yeah, no, I figured, you know.
I think I'm gonna have him hang out with Konari, get him food, and try to introduce him to
the chief or Hania.
no, to what's his face first.
Hania?
Hania first. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Konari is gonna hang out at the outskirts with Jenyin, and the first sign of trouble, like they're taking off, kind of a thing.
No,
So
Konari, aren't you happy?
For the heck of it, Karhale,
you can enjoy the party instead of always being like stressed. Like he's lonely.
thank you, Shy. I think
Yin, she always says like, "Oh, I have to go visit him. He's probably alone and sad." And
I don't say all those things.
he really misses you all the time when she always talks about you. Like even at lunchtime, which like I'm trying to eat food and I always forget about the people I forgot about. But she's like, "Oh, he would enjoy this," and like stuff like that.
Jinyan looks over at you, Konari.
I don't talk as much as you make it seem like. You talk all the time. Like Konari is like
low-key blushing because he's not wrong that she does miss him all the time, but she like doesn't want to think she makes that big a deal about it. She's like, I don't talk, you talk. You're the one always talking. I don't talk at all, ever.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I say it first, but then you always say it afterwards, and you always deny it, which means it's true.
Jenny goes, I am glad that I came here then, Shy. Thank you. I don't want Konari to miss me.
You're welcome. So now I'm gonna work on my super secret plan to introduce you to the chief and get you super integrated and become family with Auntie.
And what? And what?
You'll become a Auntie.
Oh,
And he jumps up, runs over to where the chief is amid like the center of his people and everything. Do you try to bring the chief over or like?
Well,
Jenny-
Hania first. I'm gonna
Oh,
introduce
Hania,
him to
yeah,
Hania, and then
So Hania is presently.
me and Hania are always the like buddy who go to the chief and be like,
Yeah.
"Yo, chief, this is a
Yo!
great idea."
Hania is presently holding a large barrel above his head and gulping down into his barrel-like chest. But Hania is presently there. A lot of his blue paint and the symbology all across his chest and everything has been smeared by drips or just sweat from dancing and everything. But a lot of it's been smeared a little out of place. But he still has his beads, his necklaces, all of the jewelry. He's got some sort of headdress going on as well at this point. You guys aren't sure if it's something that has meaning or just maybe more of a status symbol thing. Sorry, I just meant like to make him the shaman of the tribe, like to show that he is. Anyway, sorry, words. And you run over to Hania. He's presently guzzling. Let's see how well he did.
Didn't Ghibli say that your 70% water content was turning into like 60 and 10% alcohol, and you should stop drinking so much?
As you say that, he chokes laughter and he drops the barrel. Like all the tribesmen who are like, and they all like reach to catch it before it spills all over. And he chokes, coughing, spitting a little bit off to the side. Goes, Shy, you should not distract me when I'm in the middle of the throes of. Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Sits up again. I'm sorry, Shy. What the? Why did you come here? Or did you just do it to destroy my chances and I lost to him again? You, Nator, I'll get you next time. And Nator, he like turns to him and he goes, you have never beaten me once, Hania. You never will. And he moves on. But Hania turns to you with a little bit of irritation, but his irritation is still like affable. But he goes, what do you want from me, Shy?
I brought you I brought a new friend for you to meet.
Oh, I love new friends, especially your new friends. Show me this new friend. And he's saying it very loudly, booming voice across the entire crowd. Karhale, what was your performance check roll?
19 plus 0.
19 plus 0. 19? Really good. Yeah, he definitely has a -1 and he got a 12. So he got 11. So he's like they're showing him, the clap, bow down, something, tap, something, and he's like a little turned around, but he's catching it. It's slow and he's a little offbeat to what everyone else is doing with the drums and everything. But he is catching it for the most part. And he might be like the left hand is actually doing what the right hand's supposed to do kind of stuff. But he is figuring it out. And you're a part of the dance. You've actually like completely figured it out. It's very similar to something you've experienced before, actually. The steps are maybe a little too familiar. You're like, did your mom bring this dance from her homeland to our tribe? What? But you're a part of the dance itself, and they're all very much like everyone's fully accepted you into the fold. Like the fact that you are you are a daughter of your mother. Many people, individuals, especially like older individuals, middle-aged ones, I remember your mother when and they have all kinds of stories like of her mischief as a panther when she would shift into a panther to go and steal something from someone's like some baking that someone made, or stealing some new like design work someone else made. Just different things that you might not have expected of her mother, being a lot more like just playful as a child, and just different things. She would play tricks on people. She felt a lot more, apparently her personality was far more like shy as a child. She used to bring home animals all the time. She used to yeah, she was always this very adventurous child, always venturing past what the boundaries of the tribe were for the children. She would always seeking something more, something beyond. And so no one was surprised when she left, when she sought her Tahungeu beyond their borders, beyond this forest. And yeah.
I did have a question about that.
Uh-huh.
Because she's never talked about her parents and she was dodgy about it. How did she get to be with the Ati?
The Ati. Okay. Roll me persuasion checks, because they're actually also really dodgy.
I'm good at persuasion.
Good at persuasion.
Dirty 20.
Nice. Okay. They're all very dodgy, and you're kind of like, what is with these people? What is going on? Just tell me. And all of them are like, some of them pass you off, and they're like, oh, I don't know about that. You should ask Nutor. And Nutor is like, I'm drinking. Don't speak to me now. I'm focused. I have to beat Hanya. And he's like, go speak to Sheila. And so you are cast like ping pong ball to different individuals in the tribe, and they're all casting you about. They're like, ask the chief, dear. And finally you come to the chief, and the chief, yes, you of course would wish to know. But perhaps if your mother did not tell you, she did not want you to know.
I mean, there's a lot of things that she didn't tell me that would have been really helpful to my life if she had told me. So I don't know if she'd mind.
Okay.
She's never been one to tell me not to seek out answers if I really want them.
Okay. Then I shall. He goes, long ago when your mother was a baby, you, who was it that found her? Looks out across the tribe, and he points out Hota, all the way over there. She is the one sitting. She is almost as old as I am. She's the one who found your mother. That tiny baby, just laying, not even swaddled in cloth. She was just left out in the... Well, we assume she was left out to die, but we found her, and the earth chose not to let her die. It was not its will. Like the Stormwalker, not its will. And he motions at Adahi, who's dancing, and presently taken over one of the drums and is leading the dance a little bit faster. And as he continues, he goes, your mother is similar to my ancestry. Of course you know. And he pats your shoulder. And his hand kind of drifts down to your palm, where there's some like crystals poking out.
No, I don't know.
Well, then just to explain, we descend of these old creatures of the earth, similar to the Wayfinder, similar to the Protector. They are even more. You see, long ago when the Mesona was formed by the gods themselves, this land was not formed by them specifically. They wanted to give the responsibility to delegate more. They created what they might call primordials. These primordials, they are the ones who designed the mountains that rise up into the sky, the valleys that descend down below, and the waves that crash upon our shores. They are the ones who designed it all, and yet they became prideful. Eventually, they were sent away. But some of their, I suppose, remnants, perhaps children you might call them, though that is not exactly what they are. They stayed behind. Some of them are still here. And some of those sought for great riches or sought for great things or made deals with and all kinds of things. Some of them are more willing to help mortals than others. And, well, in my past, one fell in love with a mortal. And that is part of my ancestry, and I assume that is part of your mother's. She was different when she was born, different as we found her. She grew up to be different even from us. We were not her final home, but I am sure she found it with you. And she pats your hand. He pats your hand and leans back a little bit. But I must say, it is too bad that she did not stay with us, for we loved her.
If she did find a home, but if she ever wanted to come back, would the Ati welcome her?
According to our law, and your mother wished to abide by it, which I understand, and perhaps in my younger days, I wanted her to. But the older I get, the more I understand Kahale. And his eyes just kind of trail out into the distance, overtaking the heads and the crowds of his people, and just landing on the reflections of the rainbow light that's being cast down into this valley, this pond down here. He goes, the more I understand that laws such as that creates distance for no reason. No reason. She is family and she always will be. Perhaps she is not bound by us anymore. We shall not ask her to defend the tribe because she has her own family to defend now. She must leave and become her own, but she should be able to come back, to say hi now and then, to introduce us to her child. He pats you on the head as though you were a lot smaller than you are. He's a little bit higher than you right now because he's sitting up on the steps, but and you're crouching down for him. But he's definitely it's an interesting feel to have such a small creature of such a small man patting you on the head like this. But he goes, tell her that she should come and visit. Hota would very much like to see her. Maybe scold her for not coming to visit earlier.
I will. And thank you.
Of course. I'm sorry I could not tell you more. Though, and he leans forward a little bit, not conspiratorially, but a little bit more, almost with what he's saying is a little bit distasteful, so he doesn't want to say it so loud, but he goes, I do know that the people that would not be as accepting as of one of her descent, the Tao, though they take a name from a creature such as that, they do not want, they take the name more as because they defeated one in battle once, they took the name on. It is hard to translate. But since they defeated it, they have its name. They consider it to be of weaker blood of sorts, or at least of enemy's blood of sorts. Perhaps They are the only tribe I know that would cast out an individual such as she.
Well, I guess I showed them who's got weaker blood.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, a bit of a run-in with them. It was quite unpleasant. But
there can
you
be.
live to regret it.
Though some of them are quite comely. Some of them are not.
They pretty much all suck. From what I recall, at least.
No. I seem to recall a very beautiful shaman of theirs. And she was open-minded, she was kind, and quite beautiful.
No, she was great.
I almost pursued her once. But it was not in the will of the earth.
Huh.
I wonder how she's doing. But nonetheless, I hope you enjoy the party and enjoy the feast. I saw you dancing and you were just as good as your mother was long ago. Actually better. She actually had 2 left feet for a long time.
So I have a cat trying to attack me.
Oh. That is cute. But yes. Good talk, Kale. Enjoy the feast. Don't spend all your time with old men. And his eyes go significantly over to the young man that you had come in with. He goes, I smell blood in the air. I mean, love. Sorry, I'm getting old. I'm getting very old. Don't mind an old man's inane speeches. Go have fun with the young people.
Thank you.
And as you go off, the warrior that's kind of his main bodyguard is just sitting off to the side, chuckling under his breath, trembling shoulders.
All right. Real quick. I think I really need to do like a hard cut in the next 5 minutes or so. Yeah, you guys are plenty fine to go. But I just I cannot. My head is throbbing with the lights and speaking and stuff. So
the poor thing. No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's go. We'll go with a quick roll of whether Jinian goes under the radar.
You guys can continue if you want to go on, but I just
we're at 4 hours. We're at 4 hours, so we'll wrap up. It's fine. But yeah. Jinian does get found out, unfortunately, but Hania was brought over. Shai introduced him. Hania is he is a very free-spirited individual, very open-minded, and he ends up vouching for Jinian. And actually, Hania ends up wrapping an arm around Jinian, a very big, muscly arm, and Jinian's very unnerved by having someone be bigger than he is. In the form that he's in anyway, and he's just the guy clenches his head and he's like, we'll be best friends, don't worry, no one will think anything untoward toward him as long as he's with me. And he'll drag him around, introducing him to people and being basically claiming the same thing, or he does advise him to not look like one of them, so he ends up shifting to look more like an acolyte he's vaguely familiar with, someone that he just recalls the face of. Probably one of his dungeoners at the time, or one of his captors, but shifts into a face that none of you guys recognize. And as Hania drags him around, introducing him to people, as your friend Konari, and similar to you, has a stink of evil that's not actually reflective of his true nature, and telling just basically taller and taller stories of encounters he's had with Jinian and experiences he's had with Jinian that do not exist whatsoever, but do help convince people that he's actually a cool guy. And he's like, there was one time he saved me when I was drowning in the lake, and he goes on this whole spiel, and Jinian's just kind of looking at him confused, and they all turn to him like, is that true? And he nods like tightly, and then they're all like, "Oh!" And everyone ends up being pushed into liking him by Hania in his wily ways. And then eventually circles back to you, Konari, to where you're kind of like, well, we haven't even gotten to hang out. And he's finally dragged over to you, to where not dragged over, but eventually Jinyan disengages and stumbles his way over to you, away from the crowd of people, sits down next to you, kind of in the puddles of water off of the edge where the platform has been raised so that everyone's not wet, but you guys are kind of like right at the edge where the water is, feet in the water, sitting on the stone here. And he goes, how do you interact with so many people?
I don't. I guess
He nods. I'm glad. And he sits there next to you outside of the crowd of people.
Yeah.
And you guys just kind of sit in silence
Yep.
after all the hubbub. But he did enjoy. He does seem a little happy, like a little perkier of like, that was an encounter he's never experienced before.
And he got some chicken wings, so it's
yeah, he got some food. He's happy with this food. Actually, he probably brought back some of the food, and he's still inhaling it, keeping some of it for a rainy day, as you are wont to do as well. You and probably, well, no, just the two of you probably are the type to like pocket food just for later, just in case. But yeah, so with that, we'll close off on a few days of feasting. The feast does go on for maybe 2 more days. Whether or not you guys stick around for that amount of time, they have the reason, or they use it as their reason to party and enjoy each other's company. But yeah, you guys are pretty much welcomed in. The Ati are very much connected to you, Karhale, very much connected to Shy. So you guys had an in, full on in. But yeah, so they eventually warm up to Jinyan, especially because of Jinyan's very reserved nature and stuff. They like immediately children start coming up to him out of curiosity too at some points, and are like a little bit scared of him, watching him from a distance, and then they like run up to him, poke him, and then run away, kind of stuff. And he's just kind of confused about what he's supposed to do about it, until Hania's like, they just enjoy doing that. And he's like, you should say boo and scare them away. They'll stop doing it. Just like claws, just a little bit or something. And Jinyan refuses and just kind of like lets it happen. And the kids eventually like end up getting closer and closer over time and everything. Very Rack, actually, now that I think about it.
Rack incarnate.
Old callback. But anyway, with that, we'll end here and we'll take up on the next campaign. Come next time.
Woo.
Woot woot woot.
Woot woot woot.
Oh, Nathan.
Oh, Nathan.
Good job, guys. This first arc was so good. So good.
Oh, I'm glad.
Can't wait to see where it goes. No pressure. No, I'm just kidding.